Should be off to an interesting start today with hotter than expected CPI. I'm both proud and disappointed in you simultaneously, swing trader to Mars. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to rush anything, I don't think, with Upstart. See how it, or Beyond rather. Just see how it reacts after market open. Don't be fucking stupid and buy at 10 and then watch it get shorted to 950. Hmm. I thought I had more of those last night. I didn't buy them over here either. Hmm. It's very awkward indeed. New timeout lengths. Yeah. CPI hot. Time for another pump. That's a distinct possibility. I have a feeling they're going to sell a lot of options today. Probably, yeah. Although selling options at this point, that's kind of the problem here is selling puts still about 4,600 isn't going to help them move the price of the index up, right? Then momentum on their side yesterday. Today, not so much. So we'll see. Probably a lot more call selling again, I would imagine, in order to kind of raise that floor. CPI was bearish. It wasn't good. I mean, core's still 4%, or like 0.3 month over month, and headline was positive month over month. Despite so not in line with expectations. I mean, as far as I really think about it, CPI is always bearish because inflation's constantly going up. It's all the ammo JPAN needs to dash bulls' hopes and dreams, right? I mean, all he has to do tomorrow is just say that they're not planning on cutting rates in anytime soon, and that kind of ruins the whole bull narrative. Is being Dilulu the only Selulu for the bulls? I don't. Can you try that again in English? It's funny that so many different takes are being made depending on which website you're on. Yeah, yeah. Did you do a daily DD? No. I mean, yes. Last night. Did I wake up 2 hours early to write a different one? No. You see Fubo popped a bit? No, I didn't actually. Oh, yeah. Below 15. Get fucked, Jimmy. Um, fubo. Well, okay. Yeah, up a little bit overnight. That's interesting. Yeah, Russell's down today. I don't know if it'll matter much. Closing price of SPX will be 46.15 plus or minus $50. Cantor Fitzgerald initiated coverage on Fubo with a buy and $5 target. Only news I could find this morning. Okay. Well, that's nice. I don't expect TDs every morning, but I like to read them when they're there. You know, usually when I write one, I pin it to the top of chat, so it's hard to miss. Oh no, the SPX is being crimed. It needs to be crimed a lot harder. What does the news of Sirius moving forward with Liberty mean for the stock next? The shorts are gonna get bailed out. I don't know what's happened there, but I would imagine that's yeah, yeah. They're gonna merge. Ooh, yeah. So the LSXM shareholders benefit from this more so than Sirius shareholders. But 19% of the ownership of the new company would go towards Siri holders. Yep. Not particularly bullish. Data was hot, so we opened red, then drift up. 1610. Is this what we're watching? No. We don't have to drift up. There's quite a lot of puts. Um Theoretically, although unlikely, we could break below 4600. Yeah, Beyond's getting very close to delta neutral on the hedge. Interesting. $13. Fucking spreads are ridiculous. Gamma Max on Beyond is $13.06. And then Gamma neutral's 998, so it's above gamma neutral today. Give me 1 second. How far did that go? And delta neutral's at $11.13. So the next really important upside resistance is 11.13. 11.13 and then 13.06. How was CPI? Not great. Headline was up 0.1 month over month. Core was up 0.3, which still means that, you know, sticky inflation is a problem for the Fed, right? The things we actually buy are still inflated. Or at least the things we have to buy are still inflated. What's this about Siri merger? Should I undrs my shares? Do a lot of people own Sirius shares? I mean, you're going to get 20% of the new company. So exciting. Fail 4610. Come on, do it. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, 4600 is the next big downside resistance, but there's not a ton of puts at 4605. So that may act as some resistance. Call selling's picking up pace, so there's not a lot of put buying going on yet. Where's Vega risk? I'd imagine there's some that's compounded at 4600 at this point. Top toast? No, I don't think so. No. Just no covering going on. Maybe after OPEX or something. But Tup's getting shorted pretty hard right now. Did we check borrowable? Looks like the borrow fee. The borrow fee moved up in the pre-market, and now it's back down again a little bit. Yeah, that's 88.5% on Fidelity. I know the prime borrow rate's like above 20%. Don't shorts have to cover before the merger on Siri? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen any of the paperwork yet. Possibly not. How much of BYND does Pulte in? Hopefully none. How low can SPX go today before that slow drift up? Uh, I, th- I mean, I think 4,600. But if we get pinned to 4,600, we may not drift up from there. 4,610 is a very important pivot point. So under it, we can get kind of mired down. And that'll probably persist until like the 30-year. What's going on with Sava? I don't know. I haven't really been watching it very much lately. I usually don't play the upside on it because the spreads are so bad, but sometimes I'll sell credit spreads against it when it's kind of blown out its top. Nice entry on Beyond. It's okay. I picked up some calls around here. Prepare for 45.90. Interesting. Still seeing quite a lot of vol shorting despite the drop in price this morning. Kind of still looks a little bearish. Definitely support it's 46.05 though. So watch for a bounce at 46.05 or here as we stabilize. A little Twitter famous. I want to raise. Nice try, Carl. Do you think the 30-year will have a massive tail? I mean, I expect it will have a tail. I don't know how massive it'll be, but maybe more so with the CPI data being a little hotter than expected. I'm doing big shortings. If they don't get it back under gamma neutral, this is all a fucking waste, though. Hmm. Yeah, SPX doesn't look particularly bullish on any time frame here. Oh, the daily looks like a pullback to 45.50 would be in line with expectations. I guess we'll see. to GN. What's GN? 998. Boop. Ah, crap. And then GN was 1113. If this breaks 46.15, that's bullish. Then I would probably look towards a gap fill. Orange line is GN. 15C went from 0.4 to 0.8 while the price tanked 50 cents. Volatility on it's kind of crazy. What's going on with Kava's price action? I don't know. A lot of people were hoping that the share lockup would be a short opportunity. It looks like those people got fucked hard. Which I warned them about last week. I just stopped by to say pizza is owed to today's thumbnail creator. That was me. I made that thumbnail. Ooh, goodies. Ah, fuck, dork. That looks super neutral. I can't wait to trade at 46.15 all day. Exciting. Yeah, yeah. I have both long puts and calls. I'm not sure what to do. Huh. Well, I mean, your puts are toast, right? And your calls are worth money. So at some point, you could probably take profit on your calls, and then maybe if the price of the stock falls afterwards, you could get a little bit more money back on your puts, or maybe you could just also close those. Those all seem like kind of options. Well, puts up a lot of theta, so I am hopeful. Oh, there you go. Do you think people have more live hours streamed on YouTube in the past 3 years? I feel like you've got to be top 1%. Oh, I have no idea. Really? I don't stream on weekends. There's like gaming streamers that stream like 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. I stream during business hours, Monday through Friday. So hypothetically, I have a friend who bought calls on Beyond at the top today. All right, tell him I said hi. What can I tell my friend about his position? Hypothetically, of course. He better fucking hope that it breaks delta neutral. Hot tub streams. That's true. They're April and June 2520. Okay. I mean, it seems like you set up a strangle and you're doing good, right? So, well played. Not even full business hours. You don't start till 9:30 and you quit at 4. I know it's not fair. Stacks over this beyond 12C at 25 cents. Nice. Is having a wife like DRSing your girlfriend? Yes. Yes. Except no ownership. But there's similarities. If JPOW repeats the same speech, where do you see SPX going into Japan's decision? He's always going to repeat the same speech. I mean, what really matters tomorrow is the dot plot, right? And the economic survey or SEP. So I don't really know if what JPOW says is going to matter that much. If there's no rate cuts forecast, Fed fund futures are going to need to reprice the 4.5 that they've priced in for next year. The metaphor has never made me feel more disgusted to be married. Well, when's the BOJ decision? 18th. So weeklies are more of a gamble than monthlies, but more of a loss if it doesn't hit because theta drops it. Safer play is further out calls. I'm learning the Gherks, Thelta, Jamma, Deta, Congratulations, Vatican Trash Kid. I'm really proud of you. I just filed for divorce thanks to the DRS comparison. So does that mean divorce same like selling your DRS shares, or more like DRS Bobby shares that become worthless? Gorg help, I bought 1850Cs on Beyond at the top. Well, that was stupid. Then I hedged my calls with more 70Cs. When are these babies going in the money so I can make white? Probably never. I think the upside, the total upside range for upstarts probably between like $13 and $15. This marriage is DRSing your girlfriend. Does that mean I have share lending on for my wife? Yes. FUD? Beyond? What about it? That's right there. VIX and VIX 1, 25 cents away from Bufordation. Curious. I'm having a hard time figuring out how VIX is getting slammed so fucking hard and they can't get the price up. That looks really healthy, Dork. Why are NVIDIA and Meta pumping? Why not? Something's got to hold up this bag of shit. Looks like Microsoft's up a little bit. Apple's down pretty hard today. IWM's not doing well. And Google's shitting the bed a little bit also. We burned through a lot of liquidity today on Beyond pretty fast. Oop. Looks like GME slipped under the 20-day. Yep. Why did you get Beyond weeklies? If force covering starts next week, I have Jan's already. And we also broke gamma neutral last night, which means forced covering can be pushed earlier. Especially if it starts to run. Because they'll want to cover their FTDs while they're still under the price where they shorted. BYND and 2 Infinity. I don't know about that, but it's got a little bit of room to run. Mainstream is saying that Beyond Pump is due to Costco Burger. Really? It's been on Reg Show for 30 days because of the Costco Burger? That was the great bear drop of December 2023. I hope you took profit on your booty dudes. Back to 4610 or pumpies. Well, we haven't. Good question. Maybe just sit here for the rest of the day? 6:15:20. Pretty. Well, there's an okay size put wall at 20. Let me see something else. So ES is retesting, moving to retests 4622. ES might get rejected off 4620. Then we pull back down to the 4610 level. I'm going to say that the upside momentum doesn't look so hot. So maybe just a lot of chop, or just not a lot happens until 1 o'clock when we get the 30-year auction. Do you think this will be the Beyond stock that your community finally makes money on? Lots of people made money on BBBY. Some of them just overheld and became nut jobs. Yellen climbing real rates may impact Fed decision on rate path. She fucking hopes. Maybe she shouldn't have financially eased everything by not selling any fucking duration. What happens when VIX breaks 12? Nothing. Nice, Dead Rabbit. Geez, oil's getting murdered. It's having a bit of a rough day. Are they covering on Beyond? How are the tips? The tips look fun. It does look like they're covering. Not only does it look like they're covering, it looks like the shorting that they were doing got blown the fuck back up. So kind of exciting. Obviously, it gets a lot more exciting if we break above $11. No, I don't think at the money butterflies. Maybe if we were at Maybe if we're at like 46.20. I don't want to sell butterflies this early in the day anyway. There's definitely no small amount of interest in getting this back to 20. They just haven't yet. And that would be the gap fill. That's unfair. I was a nut job before I overheld. It's been 30 seconds since you said anything about Beyond. Is covering done? No. I'm ready to overhold on Beyond. Win Beyond channel to infinity and beyond? No, no, no. There's not going to be a Beyond channel. I don't want any more sad poor people channels. Am I dead to you? No. But what do you have to ask? Didn't you sell all your GME? What do we have to talk about now? What jobs is so prejudiced, Gary? A proper terminology is sanity challenged. Oh, I'm sorry. Any change to rate cut expectations after this morning? I could take a look. Probably. Yeah, it looks like the cut in March was became a little bit less likely. That's it. The rest of the cuts are all still there. Beyond will file for bankruptcy or dilute, right? Depending on how hard this runs. I got a current iPhone from Bobby Gaines. Thanks for thanks half the chat for being exit liquidity. Intellectually impaired. Beyond finna MOASS. It's not gonna MOASS. It's just like fucking it's like a few dollars. How else will I discuss my delisted Beyond shares and the theory of how RC will create NFTs of burgers to drive non-meat and sustainable food alternatives? Hashtag shill. This would be a great time for RC to use some of those funds. Some of that $1.2 billion. I bought jam calls on Beyond at the dip today. Is today going to be a good day for me? Maybe. It looks decent. It's doing okay. Do you see SPX hitting 46.25 before a rejection? Could just stay at like 20 here. Gaps filled pretty much, right? Well, almost. Gaps almost filled. Ooh. Gap's not fully filled though. Yeah, 25 seems reasonable. No, I don't particularly like the puts here. I don't think there's a lot of momentum. I mean, I guess you could try to play the downside. It just doesn't seem worth it. Maybe at 1 o'clock after the 30-year, but I don't think I'd want to play it now. Yeah. I forgot to mention what's his nuts, the Icon dude. He'll do something neato as well to Beyond. Okay. What's your favorite stock we talked the least about? Not trying anything. I'm just curious. We really should talk about Campbell's soup far more often than we do, but I'm up some Beyond 14C for Gen 5. For 10C, it's now 50 cents, but I can't sell it. No one's buying. Yeah, you picked up. Why would you ever buy it? Never mind. Is top dead? No, but it's still being shorted. Probably plenty of time to wait on that. Maybe after OPEX. Fubo channel is the best poor people channel. I agree. If Icon does anything, he's shorting the top. Is top IV going up? I don't know. I'm not watching it. You tell me. SPX puts here? No, not necessarily. What if SPX just kind of stays here for the next 3 hours? Win lean hog mouse? What? Talking about camels, you're gonna start attracting market participants or Chad Series 7 holders. Oh, fine. Have you seen its performance lately, though? I mean, so good. It's funny looking at certain finfluencer YouTube channels. Each day they alternate between buy everything and sell your port now. Not here, though. I don't know. I don't watch any of them. I mean, I guess they've got to stay hyperbolic regardless of what happens. Whole Sava chain about to be in the money on their news, issuing warrants to shareholders at 33. Okay. Excuse me. Is Oxy a good buy here? Is it cheaper than Buffett bought it for? Part of the reason it's dropping is because the buyout of what was it, Crown Rock is cash and stock. So there's a little dilution baked in there. Yes, I don't think it is. I don't think it's cheaper than Buffett's average. I saw a thumbnail saying day trading Reddit's hottest stock, hashtag GME, and I just felt bad. Reasonable. Sirius ripping now. I could care less. You know what? Can you guys do me a favor and just like don't talk to me about Sirius unless it's above $6? No, not saying like Bobby. I'm hoping it never goes above $6 and just nobody will ever talk to me about it again. If it does go above $6, I'll be like, I sold my $6 leaps finally. Someday, many years from now, the young traders will ask, Dole a good buy here? The value gurus will say, is it cheaper than the Pickle Man bought? No. Get wrecked, nerds. Quick update. Siri not above $6 yet. We'll report back later. That's not what I meant by don't talk to me about it. Buffett has team collectively purchased 3.9 million shares of Occidental common stock and average price points ranging from 62 to 68. That's not accurate. That's fucking way off. Also, they have a lot more stock than that. Why to join the country club if you're gonna share the Beyond DD with the poors? Wait, am I poor? Maybe. Hey, Greg, can you talk about UVXY has deep fundamental value, unlike satellite radio shit ticker? UVXY doesn't. UVXY has infinite creation units, and for some reason has been on reg show for 2 months, despite having the highest number of shares in the history of the stock, like shares outstanding. 6268 is just inflation adjusted for his buy-ins at 50 last year. I think Renew might be getting like the Bard answer from Google. Yeah, his cost basis is somewhere in the low 50s. I'm glad I'm not investing in Gherk's like button. 1-to-6 ratio. Fuck you too, Paul. Interesting. A little bit of call buying at 625. Not a lot. Everything on Beyond is insane. Even 400 days out, I'm not playing the short side. I mean, you can play the short side, but you have to sell vol if you want to, unless you want to get fucking wrecked, or you have to go deep in the money. If UVXY blows up, what happens to all the shares on reg show? Nothing. Are bulls targeting 4,700 or 4,800 if FOMC and Japan are a nothing burger? Will we see a pullback before then? It's been over a month. I mean, the upside's still kind of mechanically limited, so I don't think we'll see 47 or 4,800 anytime soon, unless there's a significant shift in positioning. Maybe from like maybe into Jan 4700, but not right now. Seems like OI on Beyond is still pretty low. Do you see an improvement from yesterday? What the fuck are you talking about? And besides the fucking like 20,000 in the money calls at $10, and then the 7,000 still on the chain for this Friday out of the money, well, roughly 7,000. Jan's stacked. You have 3,000 calls at 1250. You got another 18,000 at 15. It's still a decent amount of OI here. They don't have a huge float. It's just 64 million shares or so. The OI in between the monthly strikes really fucking sucks. Feb's mediocre. April's got some interest at 15 and 16. A little bit of OI out in June at 10, 12, and 22. Quite a lot for Jan 2025 from $10 all the way up to $20. Yeah, there's quite a lot of OI at the $15 strike. Don't forget, as the price goes up, the delta on all those contracts goes up as well, right? Which means that the dealer's delta exposure is going to rise. I do sound a bit better today, but I still feel like shit. Risk off into auction at 1 p.m. Maybe. Yeah, maybe we get some put buying coming in. Right now, there's call buying at the $25 strike. They're 46.25. So on Beyond, the reg show requirements pick up into the end of this week. So the number of fails pick up into the end of this week and into next. That's the amount of force covering, right? But if Beyond starts running, right, they may cover sooner in order to avoid having to cover at a higher price. Because if they're failing shorts on Beyond when Beyond was trading back here, hold on, you figure like let's go back like 35 days. So go. So they're failing shorts from like back here right now. So here through there over the 13-day additional rolling window for reg show. So basically all the shorts that came in from here to here, right, are stacked up. And then, they're covering out here at $10. So all of these are already underwater. And then if we go up much higher, like if we go above $11, almost all of the fails are underwater, right? Which means that they want to cover as soon as possible, not wait. Because if they wait, the price could move even higher, and then they have to cover at an even greater loss. Very high risk, high reward, yeah. I mean, anything like that always is. But the last time Beyond saw such a large move in like liquidity was back in July, right? And it went up almost 100%. Right now, I think we're pretty close to like almost 90. So it was probably about 10 to 20% more at least. And then, Gamma Max is even a little higher than that, so it might outperform the prior run. It's more heavily shorted than the prior run was. I want to see Beyond bust through the top of the chain this week. Well, I mean, once it hits $13, the only thing stopping it is the amount of call buying that occurs after $13, right? What ETFs is Beyond in? It's in Russell 2K. I think like its biggest ones are IWM and IWO, but overall, Beyond actually has very little ETF liquidity. Like its largest, if I remember correctly, it's in 43 total ETFs, and its largest holding is IWM, and that's like 1.3 million shares. There's like 5 ETFs that have more than 100,000, and then everything else is like under 10. So ETF, very much like Upstart, not a lot of ETF liquidity. And that means when the market makers pressed into a position where they need to provide liquidity, right? Or shorts need liquidity in order to suppress price. There's not a lot available, and the cost of that liquidity increases exponentially. And if you push the short the stock, right, and you try to use puts, you create the same situation that you did on BBBY, right? Where you push the MM's like aggregate hedge longer and longer. And so then if the hedge flips and the starts hedging all the calls they bought, you're fucked. Creation redemption liquidity is very expensive. Yes. Does Upstart's GM finally come up? Last time I checked, we were still well above it and staying above it. I don't know. I haven't looked at Upstart in a few days. Sold some like 40 spreads for this week. Yeah, I mean it's below GM. GM's at 38.83, but the covering on it's dying off. So like dealer delta exposure has been dropping, gamma exposure is falling off. The positive Vega that it had only lasted for like a day. It's still got a little bit of charm kind of holding it up, but even not very much of that. Upstart looks like it's gonna start failing soon. Maybe back to delta neutral, which is at like 28. So yeah. GM confirmation if you want to know how right you are. Damn, I need to stop memorizing this shit. That's fucking creepy. Yeah, so not a lot of ETF liquidity. If you look at the shares outstanding in its top, there's like 8 ETFs. Just not much there. Top for SPX? Yeah, this is a pretty reasonable top. Unless we get some more call buying above it, which I'm not really seeing coming in right now. Yeah, not a ton. It's a little bit of at the money call buying. It's 20 and 25 are still being bought. Which entities have the ability to flex on the MM? I mean, anybody with leverage, right? I feel like there's already enough interest on the options chain that like forced covering can spin up the MM having to flip their hedge anyway. Remember the MM's delta hedge flips at 11, right? At 11.13. And so the MM is going to move their hedge from net negative delta to positive delta. I mean, probably not right away. They're going to try to avoid doing that, but if it keeps pressuring, they're going to have to. And then they start hedging, like then the delta on out of the money calls is going to start to go up, and IV is going to increase, which also increases the delta on out of the money calls, right? And then they start buying, like they're going to start hitting the bid on the long side. And they'll keep doing that until they hit gamma max. Does Berk B have a risk price? No, not really. I put 10% of my port into beyond calls. How degen am I? Pretty degen. Well, I guess it depends on the size of your port, but it sounds pretty fucking degenerate. In other news, Express has moved a grand total of 0% on the day. At least it's not down, though, right? Disney hit with a downgrade and sued by 9,000 employees. Bullish. How does Hood look to you? I don't know. I haven't looked at it in a long time. They're probably doing okay. It's like a lot of accumulation. Quite a lot of accumulation since their last earnings. Hmm. You know, not that bad. More attractive at $8, but yeah, not bad. Do you have a price target range on DVN where you would consider CSPs? Maybe under 40. Didn't they just get like an upgrade the other day? The next PT below 42 is like 35. I don't know. I don't really want to add anything to that position. I'm kind of happy where it is, but if it hit 35, maybe I would buy more. But as far as that PT goes for like selling CSPs, or you just base it off of your own cost basis. How come Disney shareholders haven't sued management for tanking the stock on purpose? I don't fucking know, man. Do you want to get in a legal battle with Disney for 20 years? Do you think the fails bring this to GM on Beyond? Also, what is GM again? GM's at 13, and they could, yeah. What does Beyond need to break to get spicy today? 11-13. This looks bearish, this consolidation. Not really. A little bit, but not to like an excessive degree. You could play the downside here to I don't know, like 46.15, but frankly the range isn't worth it, right? I've been looking into a long short on coin. Any thoughts? Um Probably missed the window where it was really good. Mm, Give me a second. You could. Confirmations are going to be at like 131 and 100. Well, 110. 131 and 110. So. Although, if Bitcoin rallies again, which it very well could on currency fears, your long short position could get blown up. I'm not sure if it's something I'd want to say short on for a long period of time. What about Campbell's soup makes it so tasty? It's not. It's disgusting, but doomers love to buy it. So anytime there's a lot of like fear of financial problems or COVID or whatever, the people go out and buy shitloads of canned food. Also, they tend to they tend to weather recessions very very well. The dividend on it's decent. Salt. What's your go-to broth? Spicy red miso. Bob Vance refrigeration, 4.36 stars on Yelp. Man, none of those bots improved your rating at all. That's disappointing. I spent a lot of money on those. Does tomorrow have the potential to unpin Vol? Yes. I drew a line at 11-13. I think I'm ready for advanced technical analysis. I agree. Yeah, seems like you've got your bases covered. Oh, this is fucking boring as hell. Yeah, I would say we're kind of stuck here between like 25 on the high end and 15 on the low. But the range might actually be even more narrow than that. If VIX goes below 12, can we throw a funeral? No, but I'm gonna buy some more Vega positions. Hey Dad, how's Upstart looking? Shitty. The bullishness over there is kind of starting to die off. What are the odds Siri halts up today? Should be slim. Why are you talking to me about... No one's supposed to talk to me about Siri. It's not at $6. I don't care. Can you go over how you arrived at your prediction 4600 dip and 4625 climb back? No. But did you play it perfectly? Hey Siri, remind me not to talk to Gherkin about Siri. Perfect. What do you think about the CrowdRock acquisition by Oxy? It expands their foothold in the Permian Basin. I think over time it's a good acquisition. I think they're already pretty well set up to become one of the major oil producers over the next like 10 to 15 years, at least on the US side. Teach me your ways. A lot of debt, though. Good cash flows. They're a fucking oil company. Who cares about their debt? Right, if like rates and inflation go up, then higher dollar value means they're gonna be able to sell oil for more money. So they're kind of resistant to that macro effect, right? Anticipate the auction being bad at 1 p.m. I don't think it's gonna be good. We'll see. I'm kind of curious to see how the bullish positioning feels about it now that we're back up here at 46.25, and if they're going to start to scale back their call positioning, because the chances of it printing a fat tail are pretty good. Well, beyond break 1080, I'd like it to. That'd be really awesome. People are reading about Oxy's fundamentals. Meanwhile, the meta trade is to buy oil service companies like HAL or BKR. Yeah. Speaking of HAL, I have some fucking in the money covered calls that I sold, which it looks like I'm gonna get out of. Yes, it does. Yeah, Hal's been a rock star. I'm not gonna lie. I've bought the sub 30 dip twice, and both times sold it above 40. Well, sold in the money calls at least. Are they simply out of shorts on Beyond? Probably, yeah. No, not. Yeah, Halliburton. Not like, what is it, Hindustan Aeronaut or whatever. Not that company. Obviously. 1306. Quadcopter guide. Next decent opportunity to sell CCs on GME. Today might not be bad. Still waiting for the $15 long call positions to break down. some resistance at 1525. What will happen if to beyond if the market dumps? It could get more liquidity from active fund selling. So do you think this is a local low for Hal or break through the trend? I don't know. It's probably getting pretty close to a low. I sold $35 calls on it, which I was hoping to be out of by Jan. I guess I could close those. Yeah, it might hold the trend. It very well could fall back to like the $27 range though, especially if oil's gonna stay here like sub $70 a barrel. You doing any degen VIX things for JPAL later? JPAL's tomorrow. If they keep shorting VIX though, I'm gonna buy more Vega plays. What's the top looking like for AMD? Like it's not there yet? Hmm. Interesting. Let's see. So AMD call interest picked back up again yesterday. It's back above Gamma Max. The Gamma Max is at 130. So you can play the mean reversion, but this just keeps running. Volumes maybe falling off a little bit. I'd be careful with it. If Gamma Max is 130, that puts its potential range out to like 149.50. So there's still quite a lot of room for it to go. And yes, AMD's broken Gamma Max really, really hard in the past. It did it back in May of this year. It was above Gamma Max for like almost 4 days. So I'd probably just be patient with it. If you have spreads out, hedge them, or if you don't have a lot of theta on your spreads, close them. What's a good hypothetical Vega play using SPY in terms of expiry and strike? Well, you want a strike where if the price drops, it's within a reasonable range from spot that your Vega is going to increase as the market moves down. And you want enough Vega on the contract, and this is why you buy a lot of theta, that the multiplier on increases in volatility is high. So generally speaking, you want something within, 10 to 20% of spot with like like 120 to 180 days or more of theta. I'm at the corporate later. The time horizon gets expensive more than 2 weeks out on VIX. I don't play VIX directly. Not right now. It's mispriced. They're like at the money calls are like fucking zero point 0.8 delta. There's like no reason to play it. Just so buck spreads on VIX, bruh. No, thank you. Holding off on puts until the auction? Probably. Yeah. If I get any at all. Is Beyond out of gas today? Beyond's doing fine today. Barclays and Truist cut Airbnb PT. Ooh, nice. What's that looking like? I haven't been looking at it recently. If they get rid of all the rate cuts for next year, that's gonna get fucking hammered. Ooh, it's back at like 140 again. Fucking stupid overvalued stock. Hmm. Yeah, maybe if it slips 35, I might look at something there. You're shilling Bloomberg ads now? I don't shill any ads. They're just automatically inserted based on Google's ad algorithm and your search history. Why are you searching Bloomberg, Mr. OptiQuest? So hot CPI bullish again? Well, I mean, inflation improves earnings, right? Why is my ad ice cream sandwich? Oh, Jesus. What time is it? 11? Greg, they're onto your grift. Greg makes most of his money on Google ads. Yeah, like 30 cents a day. Fucking killing it. Get wrecked. It's Morbin time. I still haven't watched that, which I think is a good thing. Where to go from here? What little upside momentum there was appears to be dying out. Boring. That's kind of interesting. Poor VIX. Yeah, getting absolutely murdered. How's IWM doing? It's kind of recovering for a minute there. Ow. UVXY is still reg showed? Yeah, that's been on reg show for like 3 months. If I sell a put here, do I cause the crash? Probably not, no. What'd you do, Sisyphus? I bought 4610 puts on the way up. Jesus Christ. Why? Better yet, why didn't you close them? After you bought them and we kept going up. Get those call options on Gmail while they're cheap. Expiring end of Jan. Calling it now. Ryan's about to buy the remaining float through calls. He can't. That's illegal. I did a dumb. I bought 4610 calls on the way up, and then I sold at 4616. Okay. I averaged down into them thinking we'd pull back. Why would we pull back? There's no pulling back. Have you not been here for the last like 5 days? Month? There are no laws. This is the stock market. There's definitely laws about that. You want to see how fast the SEC slaps him with insider trading if he tries that? It'll be quick. I'm a contrarian. Don't try to make it sound fancy. Trust me, I'm a proctologist. That's just kind of flat. Did you say that the upside momentum's petering out? Yeah. You think we're still gonna moon to 4670? No, I think the inflation data was pretty bad. Most of the like upside positioning up to 4650 broke down earlier. I guess if it all builds back up again, we could hit 4650, but right now, no, I don't think so. If the 30-year comes in soft, sure. What are your thoughts on Lumen? They're very cheap. They have a big debt burden. They're not like a bad company, but they're like a telephone company, right? So I'd say they'd be like a good acquisition target, but I can't think of anybody that'd want to fucking buy them. Would you look for a rejection here? 30? If we get to 30, sure. We're still a bit off. But yeah, we might be able to get a rejection around 30. There's very, very little volume. This is not a particularly compelling case. From a technical standpoint, I would say that our top would be like 37 or 45 on ES, which is like 30 or 43 on SPX. But yeah, I suppose we could fail here at 30, which is like 4630 ES. But even if we fail 30, pull back to 25, we're probably still gonna hold this range until the auction. So Yellen's already done her victory lap this morning with the somewhat neutral CPI print. It wasn't neutral, it was up. I know the White House and White House representatives like to lie about it, but inflation is up today. What are they doing to Vol? Do I need to call someone? They're shorting the ever-loving fuck out of it. When crash? I don't know. At this point, anything major happens, and no one's priced in sufficient tail risk. The exposure to Vega is insane. Dad, what are they doing? What in the actual fuck is the point of this slow grind up? Building a buffer from any pullback? Yeah. 45.50 seems a year away. Yeah, it's kind of far. But inflation was up less than 100% month over month, so it's basically flat. Wasn't only core up? No, core and headline were both up. It was 0.1 and 0.3. Also, the only one that matters is core. The market loves to react to headline, but headline's irrelevant. Core matters. The Fed's focused on core. Inflation going up is the new neutral. JPOW's definitely going to cut rates this time. Sure. I feel like this is the third time that bulls have done this. You know, this happened a lot during the .com bubble too. Everyone was so fucking bullish, right? That like the market would just keep pumping. Like I'll show you. Like the market just kept turning around, and like everyone was like, "Oh, this is a new normal." No, wait, this is a new normal. Wait, this time this is it, and it happened. It happened such an unbelievable amount. It was happened like 4 or 5, maybe 6 times. Hold on, I'll just show you guys. These are all like 10% index moves. This just kept happening over and over again. Like no one wanted to give up on the dream of bullishness. Like this is a 20% drop, 18% bounce, 27% drop, 20% bounce, 30% drop. Like they weren't winning over time, you know, but it was fucking ridiculous. It's really hard to beat the stupidity out of bulls. Core up, 10-year down, stocks up. Yep, you got it. People are both bullish on the 10-year and equities. Is a crash without a catalyst even possible at this point? The market looks so strong and bullish right now. It's really not. It's massively risk exposed, right? When everyone's piled into one side of a trade, that's when index like markets are actually at their weakest. You don't need to believe it to make money off of it. It's like slot machines, lose 100, make back 70, you think you're winning. Yeah. It's the same bulls from the end of 2021, right? Who are still underwater but still think they're winning. But this time it's different. It always is. No problem, smells like uptag. Any de-risking? If not, when was the last time we've seen it? I thought we started to see a little bit yesterday. I mean, even the last couple days, it's been fairly hard to sell vol. They're selling vol very hard today, but yeah, that's within the VIX expiration window. They're still not selling a lot of near-term puts, and so most of our price action today isn't really being driven by a lot of call buying, but just by kind of riding up calls that had already been on the chain in the first place. Do you expect this to melt up all the way to the auction? No, I think this is near the top of where it can go. At least without additional call buying coming in for now. Like I said before, the upside momentum starting to slow. It wasn't very strong to begin with, but it's dwindling. How Beyond get short liquidity? Well, there's a number of ways. You can get it from ETFs, or you can get it from the MM. It's just expensive. There's always infinite short liquidity, right? It's just a question of the price of that liquidity. Yeah, sure. Good luck on your interview, Wookie Cream. Have you ever narrowed down which entity was supporting the market? I mean, it's probably just banks, right? They're the most incentivized. They're also the ones trying to reap the most yields off of their treasury purchases. The out of the money skew on Beyond is silly. Out of the money puts cost less than in the money calls. Tells you where the MM is pricing directionality. How would you rate the performance of Beyond shorts compared to GME shorts? What do you mean? As a measure of what their effectiveness? Beyond's a lot more illiquid than GME is. Yeah, more. Okay. All right. That's what I thought. Out of the money puts cost more than in the money calls. That makes sense. I figured I'd just gloss over it and you'd figure it out. I didn't want to call you out in front of everyone, but then you just did it yourself anyway. Thanks for helping me shield my incredibly fragile and regarded ego. No problem. How far can this fall before the auction? How would you feel about 46.25? Does that do it for you? What if I said 46.20? No? No, you bought stupid puts, Sisyphus. If you make any money off them today, know that you didn't deserve to. I just want to get out alive. Aside from my Vega position, I don't think I have any puts left. I have an obscene number of 4,600, 4,650 debit spreads for this week though, which are doing awesome right now, and are totally going to pad all the other mistakes I make this week. Chill. I told you guys I was buying them on Sunday. My Vega positions are getting walloped. Well, that's awesome though, right? Because then you can buy more Vega positions at a cheaper price. Mine are getting pretty fucked up too. Well, some of them. Not all of them, but yeah, they're getting kind of shit on. Is Beyond dead? Well, it's moving back to gamma neutral. It's enjoying a brief respite in market pressure. I think Russell's kind of getting shit on pretty hard right now. Yeah. The beauty about being above gamma neutral, though, is that the market maker is buying the dip. So I don't know. I don't think JPOW is gonna unpin Vol, so I don't know if I want to buy more. Okay. If Vol was pinned, they wouldn't need to short it more. Um, it's not pinned. That's the point, right? Not all buying or selling by insiders, such as CEOs and CFOs and other executives, is illegal, and many actions of insiders are disclosed in regulatory filings. Yes, but pumping your stock with a bunch of synthetic long positions is absolutely fucking illegal. Libra in the cage. Especially if at the time you have any knowledge that the public doesn't. He could buy something else, but he's probably not going to buy GME with the money. Now, if they approve a share buyback, that's fine. And they do have an approval for one, but it's got what, $100 million. So it's definitely nowhere near the amount of money that they have available to them. Have you ever checked out the RTQQQ subreddit? If you want to see some epic regardation, you should give it a peep. They're just people who sell theta on TQQQ. Shape out my Devish, but that dot plot better bring the hammer. Yeah. Well, it's based on data in the prior quarter, and in the prior quarter from this dot plot, inflation was rising, so hopefully. That has a break point, though, Popcorn Trader. It's not something you can do forever. Could bulls ignore the 30-year and just keep pushing up? It depends on how bad it is. But yes. Worse? People who DCA TQQQ. What? Why would you... There's no fucking way that beats buy and hold on QQQ. I told you, epic regardation. All right. Do they sell covered calls on it or something? How are they offsetting the volatility decay? You've got to do something, right? You either have to use CSPs or covered calls. Do you see VIX getting any lower? It looks like it's bottomed for now. Hey, did we tap 25? Nah, lame. Ooh, a little bit of profit taking on 4,600 calls. Not a ton, but a bit. Still a call wall at 05 though. Oh man, yeah, if the auction's not bad, we're gonna rip. Huh. Might rip anyway. Well, we'll see how bad the auction is. If the auction pulls us back under 4615 or 4600, then maybe we don't, but yeah, if the auction's gonna have to do a lot of fucking damage here. Otherwise, I could very easily see us ending the day at 4640. Thinking average down theta plays for the short term. If we really saw the market maker undo this price action, where does VIX realistically go? It could go up quite a lot, and it can do it very quickly. That's how VIX usually works. It usually happens all at once when it's least expected. So, yeah, I mean, 20%'s not ridiculous, but our move back to 16 is statistically better supported. Powell speaks tomorrow after the FOMC decision. Fuck no, they're long-term buy and hold investors of a 3x leverage index for QQQ. There's a few voices of reason, but nobody listens to them. I love how we're like, all right, guys, if global demand for treasuries isn't worse than the GFC, we're gonna rip. That's what the prime dealers are for, right? They can just eat everyone's shit until they run out of, wow, for at least a little while. Does VIX spiking happen so fast you can't chase it with SPX Vega plays? Yeah, you can't chase it. You have to be prepped for that. Frequently it happens in overnight moves. Sometimes it happens intraday, but I mean, you can. I've seen VIX move. Well, I've seen VIX move 100% in a day. But I've seen it move 20-30% in like a couple candles. VIX 12 is unreasonable. No, playing anything on VIX is bad. Let me state this for everybody. Playing VIX options like CBOE VIX is bad. Unless you're selling them, they're shit. The fucking at the money delta is like 0.82. It's mispriced. Shitty. You can use VIX futures. Most of the ETFs are going to be mispriced, or you can use, index Vega exposure. Those are your two options for getting fair pricing. The first part of my message was the question. Ah, okay. The VIX 12 is stupid, but it's it's there. Punctuate it then before I get angry and I have to go on a whole rant. It's 350p on QQQ for March, a good Vega play. I already have one put. I don't know. Let me look at it. QQQ March 350. So Vega's like 0.3 on it. It's not terrible. Remember QQQ has its own volatility index that's separate from VIX. But yeah, I mean it's not bad vol exposure. It's moderately sensitive, and then if price dropped, it would become more sensitive. Like, well, right now Vega's like 0.3. Vega would go up to like 0.6 on a, let's say at a 10% move down, Vega would go to like 0.67 on the index. And a bump and vol. Oh wait, sorry. That's right, 0.34. So yeah, not bad. Decent Vega exposure. Starting to run out of theta though. You really don't want those positions below 90 days. It's not ideal. Thanks, Russell, my jimmies. Don't feel bad. It was like the third person that I'd assumed was asking me if they should buy VIX calls. On Vega plays, do you set wider stops or just average down until it plays out? No, if they don't print by the time they start to run out of theta, I cut them and roll them forward. Would a March SPY 400p also be equivalent? Yeah, it's roughly equivalent. Not entirely though, because like I said, they have separate volatility indexes, and the volatility index for QQQ tends to run a bit hotter than the S&P 500, right? Well, it's a smaller basket of stocks, so implied volatility tends to just be a little higher in general. Beyond's not dead. It's fucking still up like 6% from yesterday's close. SPX Hulk Shrek Dilders for the next 7 weeks. Financial advice now taken by a pastry filled with jelly. That actually doesn't sound that weird for you. Hot cores, that means AI is working overtime. Jesus Christ. Auction in 5 minutes, the 11:30 one. Who gives a shit about the fucking 42-day auction? Redbook was up. Weirdly, I met that guy way back in the day. Doing what? Isn't it an alumni thing? Oh, okay. It's a 3-year note and 6-month bill. I thought the 3 had some weight. The 3-year was yesterday. Today's the 42 day and the 30. It feels like we're about to see VIX get delisted and replaced with VIX RQ on the OTC market. Todd has been working hard for his bonuses lately. Am I going to get Rev RQ'd with Beyond? I don't know, maybe. I know an old bond trader that had a direct line to Kenny in the late 80s, early 90s. Cool. Did he tell you not to buy 4610 puts while the price was going up on the index? Not gonna lie, 4615 would be nice. I don't think we're seeing the underside of 20 till 1 o'clock. Even with the breakdown in momentum here, I don't think we'll see a lot of selling. If we see a low anywhere near there, it'll be like 15, and then we'd probably recover. I was looking at Monday. I need more coffee. That's a good idea. Good morning, John Croissant. Saboba Casino. Why are you always bouncing from one casino to the next? Does the market not give you the jollies you need? What's up, Popcorn? Now, will level compumpers dump all their bags on the MM? I don't see retails coming in here or any higher. Is this how hyperinflation starts? Hyperinflation starts if JPOW quits doing his job and gives up, which he's very close to the point of appearing to do. So that's frightening. But no, I don't think we're gonna get hyperinflation. And as far as the pumpers go, I mean, over time their positions decay into nothingness. So as long as the market stays elevated, they don't have to worry about it. They don't have any additional margin requirements. There's no issue. They're exposed most to the unforeseen. We go up $10 a day until Jan 24. There's an outcome that ends up that way, yeah. But there's a lot of hurdles between then and now. Trick question, has he ever done his job so far? He started to in 2022, and then he kind of stopped in March of this year. Crude's still dropping like an absolute rock. Yep. Do you have a PT for Beyond that is now over 10? 1306. Have you ever dealt with a damaged airline bag? I got a quote that's super high, but found it for cheaper. Can I get the rest of the money, or do they check? Can I keep the rest of the money, or they check? So you damaged an airline bag, and the insurance company is cutting you a check to buy a new one? I mean, they might check the fair pricing before approving it, or they'll like meet you in the middle on yours. Airline cuts the check. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think they're gonna do a ton of research, but they may not. They may not give you the full value. When GME 19, I don't know. Maybe like March. Looking for Vega values below 0.3? No. Ideally more. I mean, that's why SPX is so great for Vega plays, because the contracts tend to have a lot more Vega. But the more Vega on the contract, the better. But you still want it far enough out of the money that the Vega can increase without the option going in the money. So you want a good distance from spot, and you want a lot of theta. Gordon Ramsay, we're a trader watching today's price action. It's bland. Where's the seasoning? Come on. There's no vol. Uh yeah. I'm just like tired of this shit. I want the price to trade in a wider range instead of just slow drifting forever. I know it's not helpful, but once I left my bag at security and flew to LA with no clothes, $200 at Old Navy later, I had a passable vacation wardrobe for a whole week. All right. I just sold short 1,000 VIX $10 call contracts. Free money, baby. Jesus Christ. The U's weren't there during the great slow grind of 2022 to 2040. Don't put that on me. I can't deal with. I'll quit. I'll fucking quit trading. I'll go start opening small businesses or something. Start working on my fucking OnlyFans houses. Are you more disappointed with us or the market at this point? I'm not disappointed with anybody. How does one CNS said share? I bought 1,000 VIX calls for dirt cheap. No, you didn't. That's enough of that talk. I'm serious. I'm getting fed up with this crap. I'm gonna move my whole port into buy and hold. Thoughts on Rivian? Back down to 1650, 17. Give me a second. I haven't looked at it in a few days. Yeah. It's getting shit on pretty hard today. Hold on. Delta neutrals at 1782. Yeah, so it's about to break through delta neutral to the downside, which is super fucking bearish. Dealer delta exposure is still just already negative. Charm's negative. Doesn't look very good despite the call buying. But that would be your confirmation level. And then if it were to break back above 19, that would be bullish once again. So you're looking at 1782 and 19 is your bullish and bearish confirm levels. At least for today. Be disappointed in me. I logged into a 0 GT SPX inverse iron condor. Minimum 7% return on risk. Max 107 return on risk. Am I doing this wrong? Oh, Jesus Christ. Guys, don't use inverse butterflies and condors on 0 GTEs. The payout is not worth the risk. Ever. $2. December 29. $15, $15, $13. This would be like $1.14 each. Hmm. It's just 43 on $1. No, not worth it. It's not worth it. Hmm. No. If insurance is sending the check to you, they probably don't care if you buy something cheaper. Content's pricing for that bag is probably just quoted high. Be disappointed in me. Buy and hold at this level. Same like providing exit liquidity to Jamie Dizzle. I'll buy and hold treasuries. If insurance is sending the check to you, I like it when you're on tilt. It's relatable. I'm not on tilt. I'm just bored. No problem, Ben. 46.25 profit taking. It's not a lot of it now. In the film The Core, it's stated that the deepest hole ever dug was 7 miles. This is an actual fact. The shaft in question is the Kola Super Deep Borehole, a Russian project. That's exciting. Thanks, Super Saint Sludge. I think Dunks' position has a maximum loss of 7% profit. What's the scenario for the next few weeks? JPOW speech causes a pullback, and then we see a Santa rally, or market just slow marches to 4,700 until the new year. Well, JPOW's speech could cause a repricing of the Fed funds futures. More than his speech, the summary of economic blah blah blah, and the dot plot could um, force Fed fund futures to reprice rate cuts over the next year. That would widen credit spreads. Dollar would move up. Volatility demand would increase. In a situation where we see volatility demand to increase, then that the supporting flows that are currently holding the market up would break down. So he could cause quite a bit of damage, and then obviously that can be compounded based on positioning, right? People start selling because, oh, it looks like there are in fact more rate cuts, and funds want to pull back, and you end up in a situation where funds want to pull profits off the table into the end of the year, and lock in their P&Ls, right? Or he doesn't say much. He considers some rate cuts for next year, and then we could absolutely continue going up. Now that's just JPOW though. There's still UTA on the 18th, and that's kind of an unknown. And the expectation is that they're not going to raise, to a positive rate, but inside information is, or people close to the source have reported that they are, and no one really knows. But their PPI and their PPI was up 0.2 and 0.3 month over month last night. CPI is rising. Their GDP is falling. If they don't want to fall into another 30-year period of like stagflation or deflation, they're going to need to do something. And I think UTA knows that. Their currency is already extremely weak, which, as a country that relies on imports almost entirely, is very bad, right? And that's another consideration for them as well. Not to mention, Japan benefits greatly from collapsing the carry trade. They all those assets flow directly back to them. So lots of incentive for them to do something. The disincentive would be the damage that it could do to the global financial system. And weighing those two is tough. I mean, Japan's ownership of U.S. Treasuries isn't solely a financial tool; it's a political tool as well. So it's hard to say what Yuta is going to do, but he may have to do less if Powell remains pretty hawkish and doesn't allow the asset bubble to reinflate. If Powell allows this to continue, the asset bubble is going to reinflate. People are going to start buying homes in the low 7% mortgage range. The real estate market's going to start popping back up again. Equities are going to rise. People are going to start spending more and getting more confident in their spending, right? And then inflation's going to go right back up. With less in place to stop it. So, yeah, I mean, the decisions at the end of this year are definitely very important. We'll see what they do. VIX is completely off screen. Oh, yeah. There you go. The only instance I can see where someone got in trouble for baggage claim fraud was in a case of 500K. Imagine claiming that many bags before someone noticed. Could easily pay for my GME bags. We don't need to turn to insurance fraud to cover our stock losses, okay? Who's the best rewards credit card on the market today? Costco's is pretty good. I think I have a Discover card that's like 4% cashback. That one's pretty awesome. Amex points are okay. Cashback is the best. Fucking buy your own shitty vacations. VIX is now the lowest it's been in 7 years. Exciting. Nothing's ever gonna happen again, Dork. Immaculate disinflation. To what level of public representation does Japan know how deep the carry trade is embedded in the financial systems? They're well aware. A large part of their monetary policy stimulates the carry trade. That's the purpose of a lot of their zero interest rate policy. Seems like someone else needs to bite the bullet. The U.S. won't. The carry trade collapses if the U.S. cuts rates too. So if Yuta makes the hard call, collapses the carry trade, Japan gets the Jetsons, and we're the Flintstones for a little while. Yeah, 18 months of entertainment. Thanks for everything. Also glad to witness a plus 50% year to date on QQQ. Thanks, Jellison. I appreciate it, man. So basically, the nightmare fuel for bulls of the Volkers of Stagflation Pass gets one step closer with each data-dependent nothing burger. We're already in a stagflation right now, like entrenched in it. We've got a forward projection of GDP for this quarter of 1.2. According to the last table that came out from the Fed, we have a projection of GDP over 2024 and 2025 of like 1.6 to 2.5, right? And we have a persistent inflation over this period of time of like a minimum of 3%. With it only falling off into the back half of 2025, where it gets like 2.8, 2.5. Now in the long run, beyond 2025, like 26, this is expected to come down to 2%, right? But this is fucking GDP of 1.6 to 2.5 against an inflation of 3% right now, like 3.1, right? That's fucking stagflation, right? Like I don't know I don't know why no one can just say that, but it is. But I guess it's really hard to price in 10 years of forward earnings into the Mag 7 if you say we're in a stagflationary environment for 4 years. Best credit cards are A retail websites 3%, gas 3%, supermarket 3%, Chase Amazon 5%, travel 5%, restaurants 2, Uber 2, Wells Fargo 2 on everything. I have one of my cards is 6%. One of my Amexes I think is 6% cashback on groceries. I fucking use that thing every time I go to the store. And I get 2% back on my Costco membership too, so I get 8% off. Rich people don't pay inflation. It's just for poor people. How come we know all this macroeconomic stuff and I still lose money? Because you're betting on macroeconomic trends instead of betting on the market. Market and macro are generally not aligned, and only in periods of extreme stress do they line up. You can't say that. You have to redefine stagflation so it can never exist. How regarded is it from one to Yellen that the 10-year is down today after printing a tail yesterday? Pretty fucking stupid. The tragedy of stagflation is the degens in this chat will benefit, but the poors in society will get wrecked. The poors will console themselves with JFresh's AI cat art. That's all they'll have. And then he'll raise the price on it. 1% of the time, the market prices in a not so rosy scenario and we get a crash. Yeah. It's hard for me to buy calls when they think the economy is fucked. Buy shorter dated calls. You can take the pickle man out of frugality, but you can't take the frugality out of the pickle man. I like to save money. I don't like spending money. It feels good to get fucking 8% cash back on groceries when everything, when inflation, like food inflation is at like 12% at the ground level, right? No, I'm not talking about the fucking CPI report, which is bullshit. If we weighted inflation the same way we did back in the 80s, we'd be at like 20 fucking percent. Like 16-20%. Oh my god, VIX rocketing. Slow down there. Keep going, Kirk. You're going to attract the GOP crowd. I'll just say something about they shouldn't own guns and they'll leave. That's always worked for me in the past. Read. Exactly. My ideal country would be like a meritocracy run by a group of no, just run by like if we had actual AI. It'll never happen. I know that. But it also leaves me extremely unaligned with the rest of the political parties. I don't think people are really responsible enough to have rights at all. Nor should they be making their own decisions most of the time. What, Jen? It's true. It's okay. I'm willing to give up my own rights for that. The right to arm bears. No, the Mentats and Dune aren't trustworthy. You have to have something that has no bias, which is impossible. That's the problem. Is the system has to be free of bias. That's why it can't ever happen. So we're talking about a hive mind situation. That'd be cool. Not global slavery. You wouldn't have enough people left anyway. I don't know. Maybe something like late term abortion. Like just like extend the timeline out. 216 months or something. Something in the 181st trimester. You don't believe in tyrannical governments? I don't not believe in them. It's just the tyrant has to be really well chosen. What if Beyond made a meat-like AI to rule the world? That'd be cool. He's full port the Leviathan. Yeah, best government, enlightened despot. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. I think a lot of issues in US politics could be solved with more parties. I feel like we'd just get less done. Like, we already don't get anything done, right? Because we have two parties. But if we had like 6, we'd just get even less done. I think a lot of the issues of the USA can be solved by educational reform. Yes, but you can't have educational reform with the current issues in the US. Well, I want a philosopher king, but they don't exist or get capped. Marcus Aurelius may have been the last. Maybe. Hear me out. Hunger Games politicians. So you think that... Well, I have a similar idea that, like, if you run for office, immediately upon the end of your term, executed. Now, hear me out. The reason for this would be that only the people that wanted to truly accomplish something would ever run for office in the first place. And during that time, they would do everything in their power to accomplish their goals, because at the end of their term, they die. It's like, this is why I like Biden, because he's got nothing to lose. Like, all he can create is legacy, and then he dies, right? Like he's not gonna like live on for years after he gets out of office. No people voting. You got to get rid of that. As little voting as possible. Leaving decisions to the general public has proven time and time again to be a terrible idea. He could be Jimmy Carter's dead. So yes, he's by definition the Crypt Keeper. It might be an episode of Star Trek. They did like to explore things like that. Think of the savings on the post-term lifelong Secret Service detail and the pensions. Enjoys the benefits of democracy and capitalism. Not really. Well, I mean, I take advantage of the benefits of capitalism. I don't know if I've ever enjoyed the benefits of democracy. Like, enjoyed is a strong word. Suffered through, sure. That's the only argument pro Biden I've ever agreed with. Good day, sir. I don't know. You say what you want about Biden, but he's really fucking China right in the ass right now, and enjoying every minute of it. Peak Mandela effect. Jimmy Carter's still alive in my timeline. He's not dead yet? There's no way that's true. I'm looking it up. Holy fuck, he isn't dead. Oh, he's in hospice. That's like the same thing, right? They're just gonna pump him full of opiates until he dies. So he's got a limited timeline left. I would like an apology for embarrassing me in front of my friends. Never. Biden enjoying something is being very generous to him. Same like Carter living. He needs to have Jensen off because the fucking is not working. I mean, I don't know. Look at China's economy. It's not doing great. Prigus, you're dead. I'm not dead yet. Yes, he is. I love that scene. Is this consolidation bullish or bearish? Neither. It's actually flat. Yeah, I said we weren't going to move from here until the auction, and that's still 56 minutes out. Speak to Dalio. Apparently, a China comeback is right around the corner. He just did that to get people to buy into his fucking ETFs. He's like, no, guys, investing in China is a great idea. And then he sold the bottom of the market in 2022. Instead of execution at the end of the presidential term, you're put in cryostasis for 100 years, woken up. If the nation is worse off, then you get offed. This is what. Well, I mean, first of all, right now with our current technology, if you freeze somebody, you're just killing them. It's the same thing, just colder. Beyond about to squirt. It's about to push back up through VWAP. Talk me out of Baba 2026 leaps, please. The CCP owns the company for all intents and purposes now, and they've gotten rid of the leadership. Jack Ma's like out, right? Completely. Sorry, I just tuned in. Any significance in the ABKR beyond borrow rate is dropping. Well, you want the borrow rate to drop because that would mean that there's covering. I think the problem there is just no one's ever offered a life of certainty, Dead Rabbit. Like there's never been a government that offered certainty. The Soviet Union probably came closest, but even that was a shit show. So we don't know if people thrive under certain conditions. Well, they're coming back for my puts. How nice. Poopy Pants, were you playing Counter-Strike circa 2000 under the name Mr. Poopy Pants? Second question from me, do your clients know? Hey man, it's been a while since I've been in the stream. I've taken some losses this year, and I've decided to take a break from streaming for a bit. I wish you were trading for a bit. I wish you an incredible rest of the year. You too, Insanity. I'll see you when you get back. It's been 24 hours since the interview. I've heard nothing back. I think they hate me. Hmm. Well, I gave you a glowing recommendation, so. What clients? Never mind. And no, they don't. Okay. Oh, look, we're back at 25. Shit got crazy there for a minute. I've incurred some extreme credit card debt this year. I'm sorry to say I will have to cancel my Pigeon Whale membership for a few days until you notice my gray name. Can I just like pre-shame you? Can you get a credit card with a limit above 500 bucks? You have to tell the recruiter interviewer that you have another competing offer, so if they plan on making you an offer to let you know ASAP, work 60% of the time every time. They found a top. Sure. Pigeon Whale's getting margin called. Oh, he's not. He's got plenty more credit cards in the pipeline. He just likes to be shamed every 30 days. It's a sex thing. Margin compression's hitting the pores, so you can't put that $100 a month Pigeon Whale bill on the card with his credit limits. Nobody's willing to give me more than a $500 limit because I have 1 million open credit cards. You're going to be the credit crisis. Just keep it up. All right, did I get rid of any viewers with the rant about meritocracies? That usually. Fuck, really? What is wrong with people? I could say even more terrible things, but it just like attracts more weirdos. Yeah, exactly. You attracted some new weirdos. It was a good rant. I thought so. I long for the days of meritocracy in the workplace. Oh, that'd be awkward. We have kinks that need filled. You've got me for the long haul now, Kirk. Son of a bitch. If you're new here, don't forget to like the stream. If you've been here for a long time, remember to. Talk to them about how DRS is bullshit. That should fire them up. I don't think they're super stonkers. I think they're gone. Well, I mean, they're still holding their $15 calls, but that's not gonna last. What's your favorite word? I don't know. It's worse. They're day traders looking for advice on YouTube. Disliked, unliked, dismissed, beyond call sold. How dare you make a mockery of M? Pusillanimous? No, no. Volatility is a good word. It's not my favorite word. No worries, it's bleak. I wasn't offended anyway. Serendipitous? Serendipitous is pretty good. I'll have to think about that one. My favorite word is boobs. You're a simple man, Carl. Sapiosexual. Schadenfreude. German has some really. So they have some words that are very dense. Very good at setting the scene. You should name your cat Volga or Vana in honor of the GME squeeze since MOASS is dead. Maybe. How's put selling going up here? I sold puts earlier today, but I haven't sold any up here. Seems riskier. Hmm. There's increased call interest at 25. There's a little bit of a ramp building to 40. Hmm. I've been harping on poor time management in meetings at work where people talk about nothing for hours. In protest, I've decided that maxing out my fishing skill in WoW is a better use of my time while they talk about nothing. So, what do you think about gold here? I think gold can run again, but it's probably going to drop a bit more before it does. It's got to be liquidity. You wrote your dissertation on it. It used to be so. It used to be nemesis, but I'm not sure that that's my favorite word still. Hmm. Loved your take on how dang frugal you are. Anyway, quick question. Would you be interested in purchasing a one of a kind mug and owning a piece of history? No. The best word is swaffling. Interesting. What's your favorite Christmas song and why is it Mistletoe by Justin Bieber? I hate all Christmas songs, and it's not. Wunderbar. How's Hawkish Paws doing? Still fighting your temporary roommate? I don't know what's going on with them. Hawkish Paws is still living under the couch, though. I worked at a Macy's during the holiday season. I never want to hear a Christmas song ever again. Exsanguinate is probably my favorite. It's dark, but it sounds cool. It does sound cool. Mellifluous is a really good word. It sounds dark, but it isn't. It's nice. Autoerotic asphyxiation. Defenestrate is a fun word. It means to toss someone out a window. Yeah. Could we just close the market until 1400 tomorrow? That would be ideal, I think. Oh, you know another good word? Cacophony. Cacophony is a great word. Or zenith and azimuth. Hmm. Floxinosinylipilification. My wife says my favorite word is sorry. How are we doing today, Gherk? Well, at least we don't live in Canada. Do you play Wordle? No. My favorite word is Cardano. Can you zoom in a bit so the day looks at least a little interesting? I think it actually gets more boring if I zoom in. Like if I do this. Do you want to be part of that? Anti-disestablishment and terrorism. What about pendiculation? Do you guys know what that is? It's it's when you stretch and your muscles go rigid, which can be uncomfortable. So it's like a combination of being sleepy, yawning, and stretching at the same time. Carl wins, boobs. Mahatma Gandhi, as you know, walked barefoot most of the time, which produced a impressive set of calluses on his feet. He also ate very little, which made him rather frail. And his odd diet, he suffered from bad breath. This made him a super calloused, fragile mystic hexed by halitosis. Wow. All right, well done. Well done. What was that about attracting weirdos to the stream? Go away, Grim 2. Peener? Maybe. I mean, the call side bought the dip kind of hard there, so that was neat. It's fun when professors have to look it up. Uh, which kind of circles back to what it means, right? Because you've then made the professor do something like you've made them commit to a worthless action. Interesting. I like the way that comes full circle. How does SPX being up 0.17% equate to VIX being down 4.8%? Diminishing returns on selling vol. Quartz dust. It's like oh Jesus Christ, it's so long. I can't remember it. Fuck. Hold on. I'll think of it. It's like Namana Ultra Micro Scopics. Silica volcanosis? Volca silicanosis? No, it's silica volcanosis. There you go, Ted Rabbit. That's it. Namana ultramicroscopic silica volcanosis. It's been a long time. Gesundheit. Oh, what a fucking during day. I'm gonna make pizza dough. Be right back. Check DM for shitty TA. Ugh. Gross. Are they back to shorting fubo? I don't know. I don't. I'm just always watching it. Yeah, they are. If you could all buy crude real quick, that would be nice. For the love of God, give me some downside. No. Maybe with the auction, but that's probably it. Ooh, VIX is under 12, guys. What about Vulcan syphilis? How's that $3 stock that's essentially flat in a 2-year play doing? Jesus Christ, Atomic. I mean, how do you deal with it? How do you deal with everybody just talking about Fubo at you all the time? Those are some huge words. Any major dictionary brands that are publicly traded? Greg, I'm out of money for Vega plays. All right. I'm going to pick some up. VIX under 12? That's fun. Beyond end of day bum rush? Maybe. FYI, guys, we're like 10 months into the 2-year Fubo play. Yeah, I know. Actually, it's more than a year. It's more than a year into a 2.5-year play, but whatever. 2.75-year play. I don't know. Same shit. Is it the 30 or 30-year auction? Calls in the money. They broke the bear in me. Okay. Nice. We're pushing all-time high. I don't have any put positions, mostly because I just don't think they'll let the market down. But you still think there's going to be a correction, or was September, October it? Oh, I think this will all fucking blow up eventually. I'm still very far from an all-time high. Closer, but not that close. They're gonna pump it into the. I think they're gonna pump it into the auction. You know what? I want to buy a 35. They're cheap. Yep, that's what I think they're gonna do. Well, option strat account for Vega? It does, yes. And the point of Vega play not to go in the money, but to capture the volatility uptick, yes. Sell the opposite spread. Darb wire. Or buy the opposite spread, either way. Preternatural. As in, Greek has a preternatural ability to know where SPX will close each day. It's not that hard to figure out, usually. The auction's in 30 minutes. Well, 26 minutes now. But I think they're going to try to pump the 40 into the money before the auction. Targeting 0.3 Vega within the VIX expiration window. No. I mean, I'm not playing VIX Pinecone because it's mispriced. When offering today? What do you mean? $36. It's 42. 42 is kind of the top. Buy another one of these. Hmm. One second. I'm still buying more calls. Yeah, I'm selling more puts. Alright. The correct statement is event is in time frame, so they're gonna pump. If data is bearish, they'll only get the next 5 strikes of the money. This auction will be spicy. Possibly. How long can they keep pushing if JPOW and Japan flat but no buyers come in? I mean, they're not going to be able to push very much every day, but they can keep doing this for some time. I mean, I don't know what you mean by JPOW and Japan flat. Like, JPOW's not going to cut rates right now. Is probably also not going to raise them. But that's not necessarily in line with the current bull thesis, right? The bull thesis right now is that the Fed will cut rates, and I don't think that's happening. What percent increase in IV would you expect on Beyond if it ran? It can spike pretty hard. It depends on how hard it runs too, but it can increase. I mean, I think even today we've seen it increase like 40 something percent. So more than that if it ran really hard. Let's see expectation for the auction. I think it's gonna print a tail. I just don't know how big of a tail. Hmm. Is there a way to figure out the short percentage on Fixie? I suppose you could look it up. Is this the biggest run you've seen without a pullback? I think we're getting close to like this is the most extended run since like 2014 or something. In terms of length, I mean, I've seen the market move more than this, but in terms of the time frame, it's a very long time to be continuously going up with no pullback. If JPO cut rates, markets crash. Probably. I mean, if you cut them aggressively. Hmm. SLG starts tomorrow. $12.42. SPX calls dead. There's still a ramp off to 40. I don't think they're necessarily dead. They're still being bought too. Hmm. I was hoping this would move on before the auction, but it got rejected for no apparent reason. 43 30 46 36. Just gonna fuck up my strangle. Oh well. When's the auction today? 1 o'clock. So 16 minutes. Volume on futures is fucking abysmal today. The only decent volume we had was on the sell-off this morning. Everything since then's been mostly shit. Uh, hmm. I don't really think that Hulk Peen is just behind the scenes. Is it? I don't know. Look at our first put buying of the entire day right now. Oh, they're not even buying puts, they're selling them. Interesting. Okay. Where? 46.15. Pull back to 30. So 25.35 Strangle? God, that fucking sucks. I guess we have 12 minutes. But it only gets worse if we keep pulling back. That doesn't look good. I guess we'll just keep pulling back. Because I'll buy the 30. Son of a bitch. Uh, hmm. I hope the 30 tanks this. I hope it fucking does something. This is boring as shit. At least options are really cheap. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad place to strangle. Between like 25 and 30. I'm not really sure how I feel about having a 35. I was hoping we would hold there for a second longer, and then I got rejected. So it's a little wider than I'd like it to be, but that's probably fine. If the 30 year is a big shock, we could go down to like 4605, maybe 4600. If it's not too bad, we can bump to 4640. Yeah, we should still put that in the money, so that'd be fine. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. It could get more interesting if you removed your shirt. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it'd just distract from the excitement. VIX is back at 12. I wouldn't call that alive, but it's not as bad as it was. Can someone say in a few words how bearish VIX leverage products being on permanent threshold list is? Is someone trying to crash this? No, someone's trying to sell every last bit of vol that's available to be sold. Is it better to buy a put for Jan here? I feel like the market gets topped out, to be honest. Or should I wait for a move to the downside, then get in after? Just wait for a confirmation of a breakdown. We're still so far from 45.50 that there's no reason to like fight for the downside. Thanks, Navy Nuke. If SPX hits 4,700, I think we're all taking off our shirts. Nah, probably not. Maybe. Probably not. I'm shirtless already. This is why you didn't get the fucking job, Carl. I've told you to wear appropriate attire to the interview and stop shitting on the interviewer's desk. I'm hungry. I had a croissant for breakfast. Croissant. I got what, 7 minutes? I was naked for the interview. I gotta show off the tats. Smart. Could we make a new low? If the auction's really bad, yeah. The call support to the downside is not as strong as it was this morning, so yeah, that's possible. I still feel like even if we do that, we'd bounce into the end of the day. Wendy's dumpsters require interviews now. Jesus, the economy really is fucked. Ugh. Will crude react to bond yields? Are they too far removed from each other? Crude reacts to the dollar moving up, so it could. It depends on how hard yields moved. Nvidia's looking like hot garbage. It's back below 46. 463. No, not yet. It doesn't look that bad. Yeah, still kind of floating around that $70 mark. Above 70, it's bullish. The downside support is never late, nor is it early. The downside support arrives precisely when it means to. I have issues entering positions after a decent move has already happened. Well, I mean, knowing where support and resistances lie in the range that, you know, like the index is trading for the day helps a lot. But I mean, as opposed to, so when, you know, confirming would be like, you know, you have a trend, right, and you're approaching that trend, and instead of buying here with like a stop and seeing if it breaks out, you wait till it breaks out and then you buy. And the instance of downside on the index, you know, we know there's very important levels like 4600, 4550. This is where, you know, GN is. GN represents a shift in the market maker's hedge from the positive to the negative, right? So, you know, instead of, you know, buying while the market's moving up to 4630, you know, you could buy when it breaks 4600 or after, right? And then you can buy when it breaks 4550, and then you could add to that when it breaks gamma neutral, right? And then, you know, if it continues, you make a lot of money. But you're confirming that each level's breaking down, right? Instead of like, you know, we trade up to 4630, you buy puts, and then we fucking trade up to 4650. So unless there's an absolutely colossal tail, then we grind up. I think it might be not so grindy, at least for the first $10. But yeah, I mean, bid to cover will play a role there. But it's very reliant on the liquidity and the demand, right? So no problem, diamond hands. How do you play the strangle? When do you close each? Well, ideally, I would close them at where I'm targeting, right? So on the downside, I'm looking for a test of like 4610. On the upside, I'm looking, you know, 4640, 4650. So, that's probably where I'd close it. On the upside, I would just close the put. Like if things are bullish, I would just close the put and see how high we go. On the downside, I'd probably take profit on the put and leave the call open or roll the call down. Well, the auction is in 2 minutes, yes. 20 bips pump in the first 2 seconds. That'd be cool. 1 second. I'll be right back. I came right back. I said I'd be right back, and I came right back. There's a part of me that wants it to pump hard as fuck, so beyond reps, but yeah. I'm right here, dork. What if flat? How dare you? No Fed bid for the 30-year auction. Yield before the auction 4.347. I don't think it's finalized yet. Relax. Ooh. Came in bullish. Beyond getting boofed, I don't think there's been that much volume yet. That should give us a pretty clear shot to 40, maybe 50. Yeah, the spike on futures wasn't that crazy, like volume wise. Only a few thousand contracts so far. We'll drive higher on the back of put capitulation. What are you all talking about? I thought this was a GME stream. GME is traded between 1480 and 1530 today. No one wants to watch that shit all day. Also, what puts? There were puts that came in before the auction. 25, 20. Hmm. Stop selling puts, you fucking idiots. Jesus. Financial conditions are going great. It wasn't a huge auction. Hmm. Primary dealers took 14.23%. Beyond to 11 now? Beyond hasn't moved at all. Is Beyond closing above 10 still significant? It's staying above gamma neutral is significant. There's a strong demand for bonds as the market fully prices in potential rate cuts. Have we seen giant outflows of money from equities derivatives market? Well, from the equities market, sure, but not from derivatives. What are beyond Greeks? They're the two lines on the screen. And then Gamma Max is at 13. Can we break down here? No, but I think there's some in the money profit taking on calls happening here. They're using the bullishness to support their exit. After that, we'll see if more calls come into the upside. GN 998, GN 1113. Yeah, Gamma Max is at 1306. I can't play SPX. I chicken out way too fast. It's probably above your risk tolerance. No problem, Greg. Hmm. I'm staying black and white as long as I'm sick. Because I don't have to have so many lights on. Did I actually break the bulls by joining them? I don't know. Maybe. No, probably not. They're just taking money off the table at like 4,600, 4,605. You think J-Powell will say, a tuning to make market pump tomorrow? What? Interesting stat. The last time VIX was this low, the Fed cut rates 3 times to 1.55 and expanded its balance sheet by 400 billion in 4 months. Nice. Also, the last time VIX was this low, the market crashed. Do they sell too many puts again? They did sell a bunch of them, which was fucking moronic, but I think it'll be okay. Mm, 470 is the line in the sand. Other than that, any updates on its positioning? No, nothing much else changed there. And it's like 472, I think. Oh, 470.38. Never mind. Still think this breaks up. There's still a lot of calls to the upside. 4630 end of day? I fucking hope not. No, no, I hope not. That would suck. It seems like the lower VIX goes, the further we are from a soft landing. But by the time the market crashes 50%, we'll be at 6,000 SPX. That's still a bottom of 3,000. So your price target on Nvidia changed? You mean what, the 476 PT? You can still play the range. I mean, I'm out of that position already, but how was the print? Slightly okay. It's a slightly below spot. No tail. 314? Why not 15? I think the AM expiry is way more liquid for those. 4,000 is not bad. I picked up to some 4,200s earlier when we dipped under VIX 12 for June. The March is getting a little tight though. It's almost under 90 days. How do you feel about candy canes? Don't like them. Not even a little. They're weird. They don't make sense. No tail means the primes are happy with the rate and bought some, correct? Well, it means that it didn't, the yield didn't extend past the liquidity on hand, right? So there wasn't a push for higher yields. But it was a small auction, so it's not really very telling. It was like 21 billion. Yeah, 3,000 Ps, 4,200s. They're from the day when candy was the toy. But like, what do you use it for? Like a tiny walking stick, a fishing rod? Like, I don't know what toy it's supposed to be. Yeah, Beyond's bouncing off of VWAP a little bit. Bull's gonna try to slowly roll their calls to tomorrow. That's what I'm assuming, is that they pulled back their in the money calls and they're gonna roll them up. But these two big drops that we got here after the auction, these were both in the money calls closing. There hasn't been a lot of put capitulation at the 25 and 20 yet, but that'll come if we push up harder. Like if we push up above 46.35, those will probably close out. But yeah, that's just in the money calls closing. So I'm assuming they're gonna take those in the money calls and roll them up out of the money. But we'll see. Just be patient. Right now, there's still a few in the money calls closing out. And I guess we've got a tiny bit of capitulation on the 46.25 strike. Oh, and they sold the 46.20 and 15 strikes, which actually doesn't benefit the upside, but maybe once they leverage up 0 DTs it will. Why roll them before I pop a pow pow? Well, because they're 0 DTs. You and your mystical theta. They're hooked to put on a Christmas tree as edible decorations. Edible's a strong word. What's up, brother? Long time. What's up, Mako? Just stopping by to say yo and melt my brain down a little. Hope all's well in the pickle jar. Hanging out, yeah. It's not been a bad day. How you been? Ouchie, downs, please. Quiet, Sisyphus. I'm buying some end of year 4060 calls. I'm assuming we at least touch 470 before end of year. A bit soon to make that assumption, but okay. Dude, oil's getting fucking clobbered right now. Beyond getting twitchy, run, you chump. My cost basis on CL is 68.58. I'm not having a good time. Ouch. I bought some weeklies on Beyond. It's so boring. Why can't we have zero DTEs on everything? I agree. Don't worry, soon enough. Still a solid ramp up to 40. We're getting a little bit more call buying to the upside. So maybe now they're starting to roll them a little and re-enter. I want to look at tomorrow's expiration as well. You have zero G2s on everything. The market will crash, except Tesla will go to 1,000,000. Alright, so 46.35 interest for tomorrow is kind of weak, but 40 is pretty good. They're building a bit of a ramp out to 75. Yeah, Snap's done well. Is Tesla a safe haven? Dear God, no. $46.75 tomorrow. Yeah, there's some positioning out there. Is Express a safe haven? Because it's definitely a stable coin. I mean, it's still not going bankrupt, yet is priced for bankruptcy. This fucking market. Yesterday, bad auction. It goes up the whole rest of the day. Today, good auction. We're struggling to go up. Please explain. I already said they're rolling their call positions up. Wait till they're done rolling their call positions up, and then it can go up more. So nothing happens price action wise with FOMC, BOJ. Vega should be rolled, ideally. Yeah. You think Pitts can come in for tomorrow, end of day, that could drag this down? Sure. I mean, obviously, fucking JPOW's, like the FOMC meeting tomorrow, has the ability to disrupt the current positioning. I don't think there's any question of that. I smell a surprise OPEC meeting on the horizon. Don't they just have one this week anyway? I'm sick of things that are supposed to inverse each other, moving in the same direction. You don't like bonds up, market up. There's some 462Ps on SPY, and I'm considering cutting them after that auction. I don't think that auction was indicative of anything. It was only $21 billion. It wasn't like a $50 billion auction. It was pretty small. Oil is literally being shorted to try and influence the FOMC decision. If oil looks like it will keep going down, no need to raise rates or hold. There's no reason to cut rates. I mean, that's the problem. You can short oil all you want, but it doesn't create a reason to cut rates. Shorting oil doesn't bring down core inflation. It sounds like a lot of people are pinning hopes and dreams on cuts. Yes, big time. There's zero DTE, and I'm not sure if it'll go back below that level. Oh, okay. Yeah, zero DTE puts maybe not very good. I would say the repositioning here right now looks pretty bullish. Here, I don't think things are supposed to inverse each other, not doing it. Looks at charts since COVID. I know you've covered it intensively. So negative rate means BOJ pays the banks for margin. They took 2.5% when rates were low and paid a negative 1% to the banks for margin. Yes. When Japanese REIT. Interesting. Just want to build it like from the ground up. We could. 25 I feel like would be an awesome level, but you may not get the opportunity to straddle there. Not again. They dislike foreign ownership, but they don't block it. Call it win yen. Straddle, same like what my wife did to you last night. No, that was an inverse pile driver, Carl. It was intense. They just like foreign ownership. Looks at BOJ balance sheet. I thought tails were good. No, no. If the auction prints a tail, it means there's low liquidity and low demand. So that means that the the market feels that the yield of the bond should be higher. If there's no tail and it's within the expected distribution, then you know well it's within the nothing, right? It just doesn't mean anything. What a woman. Yeah, there we go. Jesus fucking Christ. I hope this keeps breaking up so I don't have to listen to anybody anymore. What are you, 550, 4650? I don't even know what number we're at these days. We're far closer to 4650 than 4550. Wouldn't more uppies probably the rest of the day? Things aren't looking particularly bearish. Yeah, they're starting to build more call positions at 35 and 40 and 50. Why does this keep getting rugged? 50 for today? Yeah. To be fair, the 50 is maybe being sold in order to offset the market maker Vega. What does JFresh line say we're going to close at? I'm convinced JFresh is the MM. Should be around like 46, 40 to 45. 46, 42, something like that. This flatness is my fault. I'm at home today and unable to trade. I'm sorry. It's okay, Jade. Still a ton of OI on VXX Jan 24 115. I just bought 100 a few weeks ago just in case. I know it'll never print, but if it does, best $200 I've ever invested. So you bought $200 worth of scratch off tickets yesterday? Any news on top or still who the fuck knows? I mean, it's still being shorted, so I don't expect any covering this week on it, which I said last week. Would it be correct to think that the results of this auction means that JPOW can't rely on bonds to do his work for him? That's correct. No, Sisyphus. I'm sorry to hear that, man. But set a stop on your fucking puts next time, please. Don't double down on them. And then hold them for 4 more hours. They sound so proud when someone gets a brain cell. It's cool. That might actually be bearish then, maybe. Well, not today, but maybe someday. Hmm. Okay. The volume is pitiful. It's really low. Yeah. Intraday, like ES candles with like 1500 volume on the 15-minute. Yeah, Beyond looks great. I'm not particularly worried about Beyond at all. It's like bullish consolidation above gamma neutral. Dope. I'm ready for a push to 40. Sorry. Maybe I'll get your dream, AJ. Well, another company just requested an interview with my plot twist. I'd be for an analyst role at the facility my wife works at. Instant divorce. You can't do that. For holidays this year, you're doing a Twitch cooking stream, right? Get a little egg parm in all of us. No. Oh, cool. Time for another leg down on oil. That might be the thing keeping us from breaking out right now. Oil's getting the shit kicked out of it. Win Russell positive on the day. He's baking us all Lara bars instead of biscotti. I would never do that to anybody. Are you cutting your Zom shares if we start to crash? I already have in the money covered calls out on them. All right, in the money covered calls at 90. So, uh, I, maybe I just roll them. I guess I'd roll them down to 80, then like 75. If I had to roll them after that, 50, 60? I guess 60. Can we wake up on Thursday with a massive put ramp down to oblivion? Hmm. And they're really selling the fuck out of the 35 call, huh? Hmm. All right. 4640s are getting tired. Yeah, yeah. Need cheap gas price at holiday travel so I can buy the BBC Shakeweight 3000 from GameStop. Is that the Steam one? Hey, Gherk, we're in a bull market. Psych, I'm kidding. Have a great day. And of course, my Apple credit spread. I'm down 450 like a regard. Expensive week. Time on the credit spread or no? What should I do if I have an average cost on GME at 35? I full ported at 180 and I've been slowly trying to average down, but it's not moving the needle. I mean, you need to sell covered calls, and a lot of them over probably a very long period of time, and average down. But you can, at least that way you can use your premiums to average down or sell CSPs. Get that like covered short strangle going, and that can reduce your cost basis quite a bit over a long enough period of time. I mean, Jimmy doesn't run as often as it used to, so the opportunities for entry are a little bit slimmer, but it's not terrible. $187.50, 190 spread. Interesting. Is SPX about to pop over 46.35? I think it's kind of trying to. They're really selling the ever loving fuck out of the 46.35 and 46.40 calls. But that might not stop the momentum on the bot ones for 0 GTE. Just be warned that if we do get a breakout, it's still very likely, wherever it goes, it's still very likely that we close under 46.42. That's correct, crypto. Yeah, that's what they've had to do. So initially on our first bounce, some dipshit sold puts here and fucked everything up. Then they started clawing out of their in the money call positions, and now they're starting to buy out of the money call positions. What's up, Lily? I think my only chance is a BOJ rate hike. Wait, aren't your 4610s for today? You have theta on those? Put sellers. Useless Ko-Fi contributor. That aren't words that rhyme with nerd. Smurd, blurred, furred, murd, quird, snurd, jurd, clurd, dird, zerd, erd, lurd, third, yurd, scrat, skird, and word. What about bird? Bird rhymes with nerd. Don't be scared. It's a word. I was semi-saved. Took 2K loss on the CL position, but ended just under BE on the day. Nice. If we break 46.35, can we run pretty hard before getting stuffed again? I think so. Well, we could hit 40. We might get stuffed above 40. But there should be a range up to 46.50 here. Technically. Yeah, bird, turd, word. Gird. Curd. Yeah. That was absurd. Well, okay, kind of, yeah. Absurd nerd. Did I hold my 46.20 call this morning? I bought for 6.9? Probably. That's why I opened those debit spreads yesterday, because I don't want to think. I don't want to worry about all these like fucking $2 increment ranges. Just cover the whole thing with long exposure and wait for it to expire. Did Bulls get the break they needed? No, I mean they didn't get like a break they needed, but the auction wasn't bad for them. I want vol sellers to be punished for their hubris, Gherk. I do too, Popcorn. Don't worry. Greed always gets punished. Kofi stated it was words that rhyme that are not real words. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Where would you buy Baba at 88? 58? Probably not. I just don't think I'd buy Baba. The cover calls on it actually aren't that bad. But don't forget, you don't get like actual ownership. You get like depository receipts or whatever. Mark these words. One day we will meet 3,800 again. That'd be cool. Oh my god. Ermagerd is my favorite meme ever. That's a good one. 46.35 calls bought before the auction are still down $70. I know. The vol crushed on them super hard. And they sold the fuck out of them. So it was the combination of both. It was terrible. I don't. I'd average them up, but or average them down, but I already have more than I want. Is a pickle jar a bear echo chamber? I don't know. I don't think so. I think everywhere is an echo chamber. Everything's too interconnected for it not to be nowadays. I was, I mean, that's what I don't get is like I was pretty bullish today and yesterday, and then people are like, no, bear, full bear, sad, not bear. Green candle makes sad, but like it's a trading Discord, and everyone needs to fucking let go of their biases and just play what's in front of them. Make money on that. Be happy with that, and then your long term shit you have to be patient with. Like it's good to know that like the macro data isn't as bullish as everyone says it is, right? Like it's good to be well informed. It's bad to put those biases into your like short-term positioning. What is it, popcorn? Can the 4635 sold C's get squeezed? I fucking hope so. That would be fantastic for my current 4635 longs. I'm playing what's in front of me now. I'm hard. Thanks, Gherk. Now I'm getting fired. I guess the feeling is a bit like going to that event that is bullshit. You hate the people, but there's an open bar. I don't like it, but it's fine. Yeah. Big volume peener on Beyond. I see it. It's very exciting. I'm the most bear biased person in this community, and I bought calls today, and then I even bought more calls after I cut my first and second calls. Am I learning trading? No, but it only took 2 years. I look like a crazy person telling my friends that everything is trash, but they continue unfazed thinking everything is fine. And that's where the advantage in understanding the macro comes from, right? Is that when things really do get bad, right? And the ultimate price is paid for the hubris that has carried the markets to these levels, you will be more prepared than other people because they don't think anything's going to happen, right? They're going to be taken completely unaware. That's cute that Gherk thinks we understand the macro. Okay, well, you know what I mean. I'm getting better at placing straddles and then cutting the losing side. Okay. Any put walls above? No. Well, 50, I guess. But other than 50, not really. I guess there's a few puts at 35, not very many. Um, yeah, very, very little put interest at like 35 and 40. And we're starting to see the interest at 35 and 40 shift from call selling to call buying a little bit. Yep. Ever escalating useless syllabic rhyming person, put their pickle in my jar. Is that is that the was that the whole thing? Words that are not words that rhyme with sort, bort, smort, blort, plort, thort, chort, nort, tort. Svort, quilort, malort. A malort's a thing. That's a real word. You fucked up. That's like some shit they drink in Chicago. You've just put Ort on the end of a bunch of random letters. Malort. Oh, he spelled it with an E. Okay, never mind. What data would bring bears back? I mean, the thing that brings bears back is the price going down. Carl smells like Malort. You have some weird viewers. You have no idea. A little more volume on ES, I guess. Maybe this pushes harder. Beyond's getting a little excited. It's doing a little thingy. It's putting its head out of the shell here for a minute. I mean, Beyond looks great on like the 15, on the 1 hour. I'm not so worried about the intraday. And holding gamma neutral all day is fucking awesome. If Beyond closes above DN, woo boy. Do the contracts on ES just roll? I mean, it doesn't complete the roll until Friday, but if your ES shows 46.88, then you're looking at the next contract, the March. What if the Santa rally is just a big rug? Could be. It's happened before. When are we going to stop making money on Beyond? I want to be upset with you again. I want you to make enough money that you forget Mustache Girl. I know it's going to take a lot, but that's what I'm hoping for. DN's 1106, 1113. 1306 is Gamma Max. Markets aren't allowed to go down in December. Yes, they are. No, they aren't, or else they get coal. Have you not been paying attention? Oh, wait, no, this was 2019. Sorry. There's more of them. I can find more. That was Jan. Hold on. I'll find you other good ones. This was just, well, this was also end of December. Although the market was very choppy through December. I don't know, in October. Oh, this is a December that went straight down. And then it went back up. See, that's the Santa rally. Then it went down again. July, April. Let's go to the 1 day. Yeah. May, July, May, September ended in November. May. A lot of May. That one went down in August and December. 2015 wasn't a good year. October 87. Oh, there's a December that went down. Not bottomed in December? I don't know if that counts. This went down in December. Yeah, there's plenty of them. There's plenty of down Decembers. Is this rejecting before 46.35? It seems to be really painting a hard line in the sand. It could be. It can also recover on this trend, right? VIX is kind of flattening out here, so we're getting fewer sold calls. We'll see if we get more aggressive options buying. Isn't there typically a sell-off at the end of the year to pay for taxes? Sometimes, yeah. Yuta enters the room. Ho, ho, ho. Merry credit crisis. We are hurtling towards one. Isn't the pennant you've drawn bearish? Yeah, but it's circus, right? Circus market. Yeah, upwards consolidation is generally bearish, but this can still bounce again, right? And upon bouncing again, it can also break out. It's not like very steep upward consolidation. You can also, get this. It bounces, breaks down, and then stabilizes, and then you form that, and then that breaks up. So there's a lot of ways that this can shake out that aren't a reversal. Not to mention all bearish indicators, like technical indicators like that, are more positively skewed on indexes. I've been huffing Red Guard all morning. Let's fucking crash. What the hell is Red Guard? When you say carry trade, who's doing the carrying? Do I need to do more squats to prepare for my trip to Japan? Yeah. Because of all the items you're going to buy at a steep discount to the dollar. Options on 46.35 aren't going bearish on SPX. I decided not to trade this one. Even though I would have had a good entry and exit by now, is Hope stabilizing the price? Well, there's a lot of call selling going on, like fairly aggressive call selling at the 46.35 and 40 strike, but there's also fairly aggressive call buying at those same strikes, so a little bit of contention. I'm not really sure the purpose of it. I mean, I understand that there's some of the call selling is in order to drive like the market maker Vega more towards neutral. But then they're gonna squeeze out, and if they squeeze out, like I don't know if they're getting enough leverage that it's worthwhile. So it's like bulls are saying like we can go above this, but we're gonna pull back below it. I swear, this time I buy a call and it doesn't print, I'm done. It's a risky position to buy a call in. Have you considered ever just not? Sometimes that's the best trade. Is like the not trade. Can you draw JFresh's yellow line on your chart now? Mostly because I don't think you can draw curved lines on WeBull charts. House ethics committee leader bought online gambling stocks. Should we be ghosting him? Okay, well, maybe, yeah. I feel like you're missing out on stuff when you don't trade too. I guess. I can say pretty definitively I don't feel like I'm missing out on much by not trading this bullshit. Well, I guess I am trading it. I'd prefer to not be trading it at this point. VIX increases 25%. My Vega plays. Woo boy. Yep. That's the fun part. The head and shoulders on GME. How do you confirm a breakdown on that? Hold on, I'll show you. Jesus fucking Christ. What's the struggle about? Is this just dipshit bulls trying to sell puts? It is. Fucking morons. You're gonna fuck up the glorious breakout and delay it till 3:30 if they keep doing this. Like when you sell a block of puts and VIX goes up, stop. Stop selling puts. They wreck their own path to 40 and beyond. They're trying to. They haven't wrecked it yet, but you think Yuta raises despite Bloomberg trying to tell him not to? I don't think he cares about Bloomberg's opinion on his country's economy. I don't think he's reading Bloomberg op-ed pieces to make his decisions about the value of his currency. Bulls don't have brains, you know this. I know, but it's frustrating to watch in real time. If VIX goes up by 25%, my Vega plays will be checks option strat slightly up. It's better than down. That's waterproofing for shower underlayment. My lungs feel like I can breathe underwater now. Shouldn't you be wearing a respirator when you lock yourself into a tiny confined room with hazardous fumes? I mean, not to judge you or anything, and that. Yo, Gip Gorp Gok Glock. How is Japan's inflation looking? It was up quite a bit last night. Their PPI core and headline moved up pretty hard. I'm pretty sure Eunice speaks English. I think he can read it. Yeah, PPI moved from -3 to 0.2 month over month. It's a big swing. I made so much money at my job not trading the last 2 weeks. Listen, man, if you told me that you were trading while you were high as fuck on fumes that you'd been huffing all day, I would have been like, don't do that. Wait till you come down. Are they rugging themselves? Well, if they don't stop selling the 45.25 put, yes. See how we went down and VIX went down? This is because they keep trying to sell more puts, like dipshits. So there's fucking moron fucks. It's the only move they know. Will Master Yuta return as a Force Ghost when he dies? I hope so. I would totally invite him on the stream if that was the case. If that makes you happy, AJ. No, I bought some Vega plays today earlier, but I bought them for June. I should have bought SRF on my 401k, so my company is disallowed buying it. It's because it's foreign. I think there's an OTC version. Oh well, no. There might be another way to get exposure to it. I can't remember though. Look it up. There's a few instruments that you may be able to get that have exposure to it. If you bang your head against the wall enough, eventually you'll break through, right? Yeah, right? See, right now they benefit from vol up, spot up, right? I don't know why they're not like closing like sold puts and then just buying shitloads of calls. What's wrong with Beyond? Nothing. They don't trade in unison. That's why one of the dipshits is selling puts. It's not a no. It's just not. I mean, like Vega increases as price drops, and if you get that big of a move in VIX, you know, it's not a very good estimate. Isn't the play to get VIX down? It's got diminishing returns. The play is to get yields. And the lower the VIX gets, the less yield you can extract out of it, right? Like, you can't squeeze that much juice out of a turnip. You're talking about thousands and thousands of asset managers all trying to squeeze the same fucking lemon. They're idiots, and they're just frantically squeezing as hard as they can. I preferred my turnip analogy. What do you think Trades is doing these days? Math? No, bouncing doesn't really change the thesis. As a matter of fact, I think it reinforces it. I think we're going to experience a credit crisis, and I'm pretty sure that pumping markets blindly into the face of one only increases the chance that one happens. Can you show the VIX correlation chart at the end of the day? I feel like it's horned up. Yeah, I could. I have to. I think I have to rebuild it. What the fuck did I do with it? Holy fuck, dork. 2091. Oh, that's really awkward. Dork. We in it. We've exceeded the breakdown in correlation beyond the period prior to Volmageddon, which was at negative 20.91%. We're now at 21%. Sure, why not? Actually, we're at 21.30. Negative 21.30. Well, very, very weakly negatively correlated. That's super interesting. The only other time that correlation broke down more than that was April 10th? April 2010. End of April 2010. Specifically, the last week of April in 2010. We saw a correlation break down to negative 29.85 with VIX. So VIX futures to VIX. So Tup better fucking slow its roll right now. Ooh, that's super duper interesting. I told you. Dude, we're like literally any event. Any global event. And this whole thing's gonna blow up. I don't even think it needs to be bearish. Like Russia surrenders to Ukraine and this blows up. Flutie Toot's gonna do a big candle if Larry Fink has a wet fart. Yeah. That's fucking crazy. Hold on, I want to look at VVIX too. VVIX is down to 0.5, which is the lowest it's been since August this year. It's down to 5%. It's almost negative. Tup it up 2 cents. Chill out, regards. Say more bullish things, Dork. $0.02 on top is 1%. That's 100 bips. If I told you VIX would go up 20% and not break 14, you would have told me to stop saying AJ things. I mean, mostly just because I would prefer if anybody else told me the same thing. It's more the lack of service in this fumed filled bath. I can't manage zero DTs in this condition. I appreciate the advice. Also, way behind because I got 20 seconds for every 1 minute of buffering. I hope Ryan Cohen is properly hedging for this. He's just gone full port into the yield max NVIDIA ETF. No one's got any shares of Top Dork. It's ridiculous. He full ported into Beyond Puts. What the fuck are we even talking about it? I don't know. It's fun. I have 10 trillion top shares. Popcorn, if we got together, we could just buy the whole float. Say we're turning it into an AI cloud service company. Boom, short squeeze, sell out to Microsoft. They're really just abusing the VIX at this point. With Volmageddon, wasn't it still a long grind from that point where volatility broke down to when fireworks happened in February? Well, that was because something moved VIX up, right? But had anything moved VIX during that period of time, it all would have blown up. It was actually exposure wasn't as bad by the time VIX actually popped. Like they'd pulled back a lot of exposure. If VIX had if something had pushed VIX higher at the peak exposure of vol shorting before Volmageddon, it would have been far more damaging. Is 46.35 impenetrable? If they keep selling puts, yeah. Like it really shouldn't be, but they're kind of fucking it up. How you making out during these rally days? Okay. How you doing, Vic? Been a while, man. I'm beginning where these 4640C I bought might not go in the money by end of day. Oh, yeah, those might not. If we break 35, though, you've probably got a good shot of them going at the money. They have Todd on an IV drip just to keep him alive for more torture. When was Volmageddon? February of 2018. Give me 1 second. All right. We're going to wear these 4640C I bought. Might not go in the money by the end of the day. Is FXY my port's only hope? I don't know. I don't know what positions you have. I know you have like a lot of commodity exposure that's mostly just done nothing. Which, yeah, that's kind of what they do until they run. And then I guess you have some FXY. Some 4610 puts that expire today. I have too many 35C for us to break 35. You and everyone else. I mean, ES kind of looks like it can at least test 46, 43.50, which should give us a few more dollars of range. I think the 5-minute looks pretty good here. So does the 1. Yeah, I think this is okay. Hmm. At least that one dumb fuck stopped selling puts. All right. I think the Bulls were playing the slow burn. Well, I mean, they were repositioning, but also some of them were just dumb and selling puts and slowing down the breakout. This reg coming out after OPEX T+2, maybe just Friday, right? There's a lot of charm that falls off on the AM expiry, like a shitload. 4650 JPOW straddle tomorrow. Maybe we'll see what we end up at today. I still don't think we get to 4650 today. It's not impossible. There's some 4645 call buying going on. But it looks kind of difficult. The forever wedge. SLD Thoughts starts tomorrow, right? Yep. We'll find out. I mean, I feel like Powell's going to be far more impactful tomorrow than SLD anyway. Because he really needs to step in and kill this shit. There are calls to squeeze out here? Yeah. Yeah, there are. If we break up end day above 46.35, yeah, so it depends on how far we break up. If we break up to like 46.50, we're very likely to end the day lower. But I would say between 46.36 and 46.42. SLD start next week, right? It's got to be third full week. No, SLD starts this week on Wednesday. It's always before OPEX, regardless of what number week it is in the month. Yeah, always before OPEX. Because the whole purpose of it is to hedge for OPEX. Any expectations for tomorrow? Yeah, I think Powell needs to kill this with fire. Fire and brimstone. He needs to be the most hawkish he's ever been. It's illegal to hedge for OPEX. You've been hanging out with Popcorn Trader too much. Oh, God, stop selling puts. Fuck. Fuck that guy. That guy who keeps selling blocks of puts. Fuck him. Why can't they sell calls? Well, it's not very desirable. They are, actually. But you know, if you want the market to go up, you don't really want to sell too many calls. They're selling enough calls to stabilize pricing, but you start to sell too many calls and you give the market the idea that maybe it won't go up anymore. And if people don't think the market's going up more, then they're going to want it to go down. Don't yell at literally every participant with more than 10 million assets under management like that. I can't deal with these quarter bip up, eighth of a bip down trends, dork. They're killing me. Hear me out. Buy the calls you're selling. The MM is not very likely to be selling puts because they're long puts across most expirations. Auto arbitrage asphyxiation. Interesting. That's a weird kink. 1/16 of a pip. The slow move up perfectly matches the theta decay on my calls. Oh, are your calls not in the money yet? That's kind of what I was hoping for, is I'd get the 35 and then the 40s would get fucked. If you have 40s, sorry. Is the veggie burger well done, or are we still medium rare? It's definitely rare to medium rare. I really want the MMs to rug the vol sellers. I want Kenny to be filthy rich. Kenny's had a rough year, man. Wall Street Bets is picking up on Beyond. Is this the end? No, they're not. Don't say that. It's too soon. We haven't even broken Delta neutral. It's on Reddit. I should run away. Yeah. Now I kind of want to. Power hour in 15 minutes. Goody. We can turn the volume up to a 1. I don't think SPX is going to hit an all-time high, but I do think QQQ will. Alright, that's, I mean, more reasonable. What state has the best ribs? Ooh, shit, South Carolina or Texas? Beef ribs or pork ribs? Texas beef ribs. South Carolina pork ribs. Wrong. East Carolina. What do you think of North Carolina ribs? I've never had them. This is Kansas City erasure. Hmm. Colorado for beef, Georgia for pork. Hmm. Sweet barbecue is not barbecue, it's diabetes. North Korea ribs? Korean short ribs. Ooh, fucking gap up. I thought Koreans weren't allowed to short things anymore. Colorado has Wagyu 7X Ranch that does ribs twice. I got weak in the knees. All right. Dude, I'm getting tired of the VIX short. Can you make Volmer Gherkin happen? No? Do you know any world leaders that want to start conflicts? How about using your connections in Somalia to I don't know, use a cargo ship and block something? 3 of them? Well, that seems like it's on you then. I don't know any. I'm not a world leader, but I'd be interested in conflict. Let's block something with the Evergreen again. Yeah, there you go. Evergreen 2, you many boogaloo. How many more conflicts we need? At least one more. Isn't the new Venezuelan leader threatening to invade a neighbor? Yeah, but like, which one? That matters. Guyana? Hmm. If you could do, if you could do like Guyana and the Falklands same time. Penn Island? Like Don Quixote. They were arguing over the Falklands again. Protected by the USA and France. Do sold 46.35C. Feel the pressure here. Yeah, they're in the money. If we start to see spot up, vol up, that'd be pretty bullish right now, I think. He's not new. He's also not the one calling the shots. That's Diosdado Cabello. Interesting. Beyond price target this week and next. Can it hit 15? Potentially, yeah. 1306 to 1509 is my current price target. That'll change based on options positioning, but if my win ratio was as high as my dumb jokes that make you laugh, I'd be so rich. It's just one step away, crypto. You can do it. Jesus fucking Christ, this is grindy. There's a shitload of calls at 46.40 too. Are they all sold? $36.75. Hmm. Pump it. All right, ES is almost testing. It's almost testing the upside trend here. It's got like another $1.75 to go. Get a little bit of vol up. Oh shit. Check the 5-minute for a perfect 45-degree line that started on 12.7. Did the drop to 45.50 scare them into this new bullshit strategy? I think so, yeah. They almost got blown up a couple of times with that auction print. There was like 2 spikes on VIX to like 14 last week that almost fucked them over really hard. What anything but VIX short and grindy SPX? It's nice not having delta positions today. Fair. God damn it. Oh, that was pretty good. All right. Beyond's kind of inching up a little bit. That looks pretty bullish, actually. Battle back from a small loss in the morning to be profitable on the day. Thanks for doing all this. No problem, Jason. Congratulations, man. Gotta love getting stopped out earlier due to all that chop, and then right after the stop, it's grinded up the whole time, and I'd be up 2K. Yep, this is why the debit spreads are so good right now. Because you don't have to worry about the fucking theta decay. Hmm. I want to sell 4550s. I'm going to sell them for a lot more money than they're selling for right now. Oh, Beyond's running out of liquidity into the end of the day. A lot. Hmm. It did make it to the test of 40. And this week will hit SPX all-time high end of year. 30 BPS a day? Maybe. 30, 40 BPS a day. I suppose it's possible. Oh, shit. I mean, Beyond is going to be more sensitive to this, which hasn't really broken out yet. It's starting to, but not yet. Yeah, see, spot up VIX up's really bullish. I did get my bips. Okay, close my debit spread, I guess. Nice, Willem. Remember earlier when I said I was worried about my 4640 going in the money? Well, they did, and I made 3K on them. Thanks. I wish I had the 35C still, though. Eh. Well, that was an easy way to make back earlier losses for chickening out too soon on SPX. What's up, Popcorn? I mean, there's a real mechanical effect from the dot plot and the repricing of Fed futures. And Fed futures repricing is bearish if it happens. Quite. Spot up VIX up's bullish. Yeah, currently. Because it means they're squeezing out the calls that were sold here earlier. This is the dumbest market, and I love it. The hangover will be terrible. Stock God, Daddy King, you saved me from blowing up my port another day. I love you. Congratulations, man. $11.90. VIX almost back to 12. It's fucking $1.30 each. So like two of them. Any chance playing a pullback into close or nah? I wouldn't, because this could close probably as high as 42 still. Yeah, there's a good chance that we could close to like the lower side of the 40 range. We might close between 30 and 40, or 35 and 40. Um but we need to pull back more to confirm that still. Let me double check tomorrow's expiration. You called it going to 46.42. Smart to get a few puts. Still a little risky. This may have like more support than you think at 40. Yeah, there's quite a bit of support at 40. I might not go. I might not go with that. If we lose 40, then yeah, you might be able to target 30, or 35 for close. But right now 40 can hold. I think maybe a little stronger than people expect. $46.05 puts for Thursday. So hot right now. VIX is dirt cheap. Yeah, it really is. Why is SPX unstoppable? All news is bullish? No, the news today wasn't bullish at all. Actually, less and less of the news has been bullish. It just doesn't matter, right? Positioning is king right now. Although every day that goes by, we're going to be losing more and more of those share buyback flows, so that's going to be kind of interesting. Oh, fuck. Uh, So that might be put buying. Options, puts, single, vertical, 40, 35. We're getting big uptick in call selling. I'm gonna assume it's at the 50 strike. Positioning for tomorrow. Hold on. So for tomorrow, uh, our big focus points are going to be 46.50, 46.25. There's a ramp above 50 to 75, which may be a target in the overnight period. And then below 46.25, it gets pretty bearish. But mostly everything's just sitting on the call side for tomorrow. For now. And above 75, like I don't know if those are sold or bought, honestly. Hey. Okay, cool. If JPOT and Yeda both do nothing, is it time to full port into SPX calls? I mean, even if they both do nothing, I'm not sure calls would be the right thing because, like, price action's still going to be very grindy like this. So maybe, like, well, not straight calls, but maybe, like, debit spreads or something out to, like, Jan. I'm trying to plan JPY strategy. The realistic JPY would go back to the 20-year average of 100 to 120 range and desirable rate decision, or too aggressive of an expectation. I mean, that's kind of my expectation over like the next 3 years, but it really depends on your time horizon. 46, 45, 50 bear put spread into the end of the day. I got a 40, 45 or 40, 35 bear spread. The 45, 50 one, is it worth it? Bulls are gonna Volmageddon themselves. Yeah, there's a off chance that the Bulls just blow themselves up with this shit, regardless of an actual catalyst. Although a catalyst would help. Is call side positioning nuts, or do they plan to pump the market even in the face of the dot plot? Call side positioning is pretty crazy. Although I do think like 75 and above are largely sold. Are you going to update your longs anytime soon? Value investments? I don't know if too much has changed in that portfolio recently. When was the last time I updated it? I feel like it wasn't that long ago. It was like September, like end of September. My cost basis on Palantir is $5 lower. Um, ST's up. I did end up buying more T. Um, Halliburton cost basis is down $5. Campbell's cost basis is down quite a lot. I doubled down on that. I don't think I changed anything else too dramatically. I sold some covered calls on Oxy, so that cost basis should be lower. But yeah, I don't think there's much else. BTU's cost basis is down a little bit. It's pinned in the value investments channel. It's been a while since I harassed you about the value port posting. I mean, it hasn't been that long. It's like a month. Usually I update it like quarterly because that's when I look at it. I killed the United Rentals play. I know you did. I shorted it. It wasn't, I didn't short it because you owned it. I shorted it because it was super blown out at the time. Do you think Beyond GM will have moved up today? It depends on how much out of the money call buying there was or wasn't. Is this seriously setting up for another breakout? Triple top, head and shoulders, or another breakout? It's probably not gonna be a triple top. That'd be fucking ridiculous. Hold on. I can see us pinning to 40, but we can't see us pinning to 45. 45 sucks. Well, yeah, 45 is a shit strike. It's like no interest on either expiration. There's no way they're fucking trying to squeeze out. Are you gonna hold your beyond 12:15 calls or cut? I'm not really sure. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till towards the end of the day, and then I'll know better. See, if you bought a few out of the money beyond calls, so I'd probably push GM up by 0.0001 cent myself. You're welcome. Nice. Did you look at tomorrow yet? Do you think this continues? Yeah, I mean, most of the positioning around tomorrow is kind of centered on where we're trading now. So it could continue. 46.50 is kind of a big deal. If we run tomorrow, I mean, like the upside range is about 50, like 48, 49. Unless we gap up or something dramatic. But even then, I'd expect us to fall back to that range. So since big players will obviously see the same VIX correlation breakdown, why is tail risk hedging not picking up? Because big players buy all their tail risk at once. They don't want to sneak into the market and spook anybody, right? Does this feel eerie to you at all? I don't know. Maybe. Hmm. I told you the ascending wedge would break up. I know, but now I want this one to break down just a little bit, like $5. Yeah, FOMC and the dot plot are both tomorrow. I mean, shorts on Beyond are already encouraged to cover, right? Because every fucking short that's coming on the stock since September is now underwater. And if we move up above gamma neutral, all the well, yeah, if we move up above gamma neutral, all the shorts back to like almost August, early September. They are fucking seriously tapped on liquidity right now. How down are your Vega positions on average right now? Not too bad. I've done a pretty good job averaging them. I bought most of them below 13, so it's not too awful. At the bottom today, it was kind of rough, but back here at VIX 12, it's not as bad. Let's say average across the board, like 15%, 12 to 15%. GM is 1306. Delta neutral is 1113. Here, I have both of the lines on here. There. That's GN and DN. And then GM's at 1306. Look at your charts. If it drops, it's going all the way to 7 or something. Yeah, I probably wouldn't sell puts on it. I don't think I'd want to own the underlying. There's a lot of rug to pull there. Hmm. curious. Okay, well, that doesn't look so hot. We got 30 minutes left? Why does nobody follow the futures chart? Look how easy this is. Just like buy, buy. You can even buy more in the middle. There's a futures chart? I literally put it out every night. Oh, Gherk, I do. You're the only one, baby well. You're the only one who fucking pays attention to it at all. You write each night? Yeah, turn on the notifications in the Pickles picks. You're already a fucking dillionaire, Brett. Jesus Christ. Ah, I really miss big red candle days. They're kind of cool. I do wish we'd get more of them. If you need to sell the top to get rid of bags before something rocked your plan to pump the market, would it look like this? Yeah. You mean like massive derivative exposure with nobody buying the underlying? Absolutely. Can the futures chart be adapted to SPY? Yeah. I mean, on this contract with the expiration so close, it should be like 1-to-1 almost. So like 46.44 should be like SPY. Should be almost SPY 46.464. Where's the fucking dip buyer, man? That's awkward. Calls and puts getting bought. Buying puts, selling calls. This is 2023. I can't wait to overhaul my credit spreads into close because I don't want to get PDT'd. Our institution's finally buying Strangles for JPOW tomorrow. Looks like a little bit, yeah. Or they're just closing some short puts. Like, if it was just... Here's the thing. If it was just buying for JPOW tomorrow, VIX shouldn't be moving up. 1 second. Beyond Peanut could mean something. Give it a second. Alright? Why the fuck would I buy 350,000 shares of Beyond? Have you ever had a Beyond Burger? It's absolutely repulsive. No, they're really not good. This is kind of interesting. Futures sellers are getting like a little aggressive here. I think we hold 46.40 futures today though. Right? Because why wouldn't we? Okay, that doesn't look so hot. Momentum here not favoring the upside much, despite the efforts to push back. Don't sell puts, you idiots. They're doing it again, Dork. They're fucking themselves. Do you think we could revisit 45.50 tomorrow if JPOW reiterates no cuts? Yeah, that's possible. That's a stretch, but it's possible. That's not beyond getting a bunch of bag holders who turn it into a long-term buy and hold. Don't say that. That's going to make me vomit. You know what I'd love? I'd love just like a good fucking SLD. That's it. And then I'm okay with the bull run into fucking Jan, you know? You can do the bull run, everyone can get their fucking end of year P&Ls in. All the longs can flip short. I just want 300 fucking basis points. I'm not gonna lie, I'd prefer 500, but SPX price prediction, end of day. Now, go. Let's see your stock godness. Close at 242 or 236. I think. Or sorry, 642 or 646. Kind of other shit. JPOG gonna cuck out? Probably, because he doesn't have any balls. $642? $642, sorry. $642, $636. That's what I said, right? Yeah, I think that's what I said. 636. 4636 or 4642. I think those are the two most likely. 500 bips down, blame it on retail. 1,000 bips up to Jan OPEX to ensure retail FOMO. Everyone flip short, crash into March. Sounds perfect. It's a proven fact that SLD doesn't work whenever I have puts, and I am full ported in puts. Fuck. Why'd you do it to us, Dwayne? Did Yellen, Biden, or someone else castrate JPOW? I think he got way too excited by inflation turning into productivity. And then Yellen fucked him. Yellen fucked him and drained the RRP. So she robbed him, bent him over, and banged him against the side of the Fed building. Maybe he likes it. See, that's the part we don't know, and we'll find out. We'll find out if it was consensual. JPO's definitely into that. He might be. Ooh. Big spike in bot puts. When HYG squoze. Ooh, interesting. Based on his love of ascots, I'm guessing yes, he likes it. We don't really know his preference for ascots. I rejoined the stream. How's Beyond looking for the rest of the week? Sorry if you already talked about this. Looks fine. Held up today pretty well, so. Another month, another missed opportunity for JPOW to pull a Hayao Miyazaki. He has yet to walk to the podium with a sheathed katana, stares directly on the camera, slides blade out to reveal no cuts. That would be, Jesus, that would be phenomenal. Why can't we live in that storyline instead of the one where Harambe died? If you were one of the institutions short Beyond, how would you try to get out of this situation and fucking cover everything at as low a price as I feasibly could until it started running? And then I would try to cover everything all at once it started running. No, I mean they're doing what they should be doing, right? Which is trying to get out by netting as much as they can as price rises, right? So, you know, if they can allow the price to kind of stair step up little by little and then just keep netting off, they can minimize their losses. But if price gets out of their control, they're in trouble. Speaking of Miyazaki, I saw his last movie the other day called How Do You Live? And you can tell it was made by someone who's about to die. Like Johnny Cash's remix of Nin's Hurt. On Beyond, why wouldn't they just accumulate calls and once they have enough, then cover and let it squeeze? Oh, they are. Yeah, they're absolutely doing that. I want one where JPOW comes on stage with his guitar and he says, "Now for some deep cuts." So wait on JPOW to walk to stage, take the mic out of the holder, say Volker, Volker, Volker in ASMR style, and then do a mic drop and walk off. You know, what'd be the funniest fucking thing is if they just raised rates anyway, just like one more, just to get it in the bag. They do have one, right? $2.3 billion sell side MOC. Thanks, Diesel. That's not too bad. Well, here, let me tell you something. If JPAG comes out tomorrow, raises rates, and says a bunch of super hawkish shit, and the market rockets, it's gonna crash. Why the fuck would it rocket? All the longs recall their shares. Well, that would give you a pretty good idea of when it's gonna happen. Hmm. It's propping SPX up. Even Mag 7 looks topped out. Derivatives. Today was weird, my dude. Really, the market did exactly what we said it would do all day long. Didn't Elon Musk be on tweet? That's why it was weird. If we close at 46.36, that'd be even weirder. We're trying to get a 40.39 average close. Calm the fuck down. Still 4 minutes left. Well, fuck my spread, I guess. Maybe, maybe not. What's your spread? It's kind of, isn't it kind of crazy that we're almost at all-time highs? I mean, we're not. We're still pretty far away. Hmm. So PPI and JPI are the only important economic data tomorrow. I mean, PPI is not even that important, frankly. But no, we have some like Japanese manufacturing data tonight. Um, I think we have Great Britain GDP. Um, in the in the overnight, and then tomorrow we have PPI, and then FOMC, and I think that's it. But the Great Britain GDP is going to be, well, it can be kind of important. Oh, fuck, we're going to close at 46.42. What an annoying price. That's going to average back. All right. Let's see what that averages out to in a minute. So 46.42 is roughly the top for today. That's kind of what we were expecting. And that's where we ended up. For tomorrow, morning, we may push higher. Like going into the FOMC meeting, I could see us maybe pushing up into like 46.50. Um, that'll depend largely on how futures behave tonight. We could pull back to like the 46.25 range also, but I would say that those are the two ranges where price is most likely to get pinned until the FOMC meeting. If PBI is really bad or something, that might drop us a little bit or change the range that we approach the meeting in. But I still expect like 46.25 or 46.50 to kind of be where we land. Commodities down yet again today. Still really no good news out of China. They fell below their prior low, and now are headed towards their low of like December 2021, which is around like 94.71, and that's the Bloomberg Commodity Index futures, like broad commodities. Um, yields actually pushed up a little bit today. Despite the massive drop earlier after the auction, they went up a little bit. And they seem to have held on to some of that. Correlation and 3-month correlation are continuing to push down. 3-month core breaking through its prior floor, and now approaching like the September 13th peak. So still a lot of that dispersion trade being leaned on, and obviously that's helping drive prices higher. However, forward return on volatility is still holding the upside, and yields are increasing again, which is that's going to draw that bond curve towards zero and the yield curve the bond curve towards negative and the yield curve towards positive. As those cross over, that increases the demand for volatility. So we're getting closer to a pinch point there, and those can both move very, very quickly. So I wouldn't say they give you a very good idea of timing, just kind of where the underlying pressure is. USD JPY dropped today, so yen up on last night's PPI news. They saw a 0.8%, 0.8% month over month increase in PPI. Skews kind of turning up again. Obviously, we're seeing that with tons of vol shorting. So the chance of a larger sigma move increasing, and the cost to hedge that move decreasing. VIX actually pushed on the weekly. VIX correlation against VIX futures contract in front broke through the low from Volmageddon. So they are less correlated than they have been, or they're more negatively correlated than they have been in any time since the peak of vol shorting leading into Volmageddon. So this is one of the largest vol shorts the market's experienced in its history, with the only other exception being like the tail end of like April 2021, and there weren't really like a lot, or 2010, and there weren't really like a lot of vol products back then. So that one might not be as relevant. 82% of the S&P 500 above its 28-day moving average. Still very much holding the peak of this. It's expected that over time this would see a pullback, but we've yet to see one. And the longer we remain up here, the more indicative it is of a growth cycle. I think that's about it on the broader market stuff. GME still pretty liquid, still getting shorted. Confirmation of the breakdown there at like the 20 or 60-day moving average at like 1450. Upstart not performing super well. Fubo got shorted earlier and then kind of bounced back a little bit. That seems to be getting pressured a little bit, but just alongside Russell, which didn't do great today. Russell 2000 was down 6 basis points on the day, with every other index up. Siri got a buyout offer. Started to get some covering in the latter half of today. Closed the day at 5:30. I'm not really sure how the buyout offer is going to affect short positions currently on Sirius, but there is a large short position that's deeply embedded. So, however, that position isn't carrying a ton of risk. I mean, most of it came in around $6, right? So, above $6, there's not a lot more room to cover. Top still being shorted and moving up, which is probably a good sign. And then beyond, managed to hold above gamma neutral today, but did not quite see any breakout of DN. And we're looking kind of here. This is That's about where DN is. And then we're kind of looking here as the lower price target at Gamma Max. So still quite a bit of room to run. I think the price action is perfectly satisfactory as long as it remains on reg show and we don't see any significant drop in price. Being supported by gamma neutral is a huge help because it means when shorters try to drive the price down, they have to fight back against the market maker to do it. And so, and then even more so, were the price to cross delta neutral. So that downside protection that it offers is very good for anybody pressuring shorts, and it's kind of a big deal. So we'll continue to watch this. Over the next few days. It may not run this week. I've said before that the rest of the liquidity might not get blown out till after OPEC settlement when all those puts fall off. But there is some chance that it could get blown out before then, and so that's why I've got a little bit of coverage right now. Then I'll add coverage for later as we approach it. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. What did SPX end up actually closing at? 46, 43, 69. How the fuck is that possible? That can't be right. Yeah, that's gonna move. Okay. Anyway, that's it. Thank you guys so much. Have a great night. Later.